I don't know why Chato-san didn't read that, but Chaco! Thank you! Chato-san broken! Chato-san!
Pog online poggers.
Here? Why she not respond? What you doing, Chato-san? Don't be a lazy bitch. Don't be lazy bitch.
It's been so long since I've been back XD.
Oh, there she goes. She just hasn't had her morning coffee yet. She's a little bit behind. Oh, there is music here. It's just very quiet. I'm like, why is it silent? Where's my music? But it's here. It's here. It's here. Now that I'm not wearing my wings, you can't tell that I'm bouncing on my seat. No fun if I don't flappy. Where's the fun? Where's the whimsy, I say? Where's me fucking whimsy? But hi, Jetta! How you doing? Why do I have the headstones still here? That's from Halloween. The headstones are still visible in everything. The thunderstorm, the lightning, appears to have passed. It looked like it was rolling in and then it just disappeared. So, you know, here we are. Hopefully it stays this way. Hello, how's everyone doing? I say hello to Fenrik, Devilblade, H2O, Bajot, Shut Up Blitz, Bucky the Mascot, Nightmare Wolfier, Unlucky Jackal as well. Thank you for the resub. I really appreciate it. I appreciate seeing you back. Ginger Cinder as well. How's it going? That was a binge. Put her in the pot. No. She doesn't go in the pot. That's where Chatos go, not where Chato-san goes. All right. Get it straight, buddy. Ellie, you need to get Christmas Eve. Mariah Carey did not get you. That's not how this shit works. If she sees Christmas, she's fucking attracted to it. It's like her goddamn catnip. She's like, smells like Christmas. No Christmas. I don't give a fuck if the grocery stores have been trying to sell Christmas shit since July.
You really think I'd waste my time on that? All I want is to be adored. Instead, bow down to the Froggy Queen and let's celebrate my fabulousness. Save your singing for someone else. Ribbit.
Did you say all I want is to be adored? I wouldn't waste my time in that because all I want is to be adored. Love me, please. You knew your stuff. Don't worry, I know exactly who you are. I saw your face. I saw the face. That bitch stays in our box till the 25th. Preferably all Christmas stuff can stay where it fucking belongs at least until December.
Grace.
Thank you for the subscription. 47 months. God damn, it's been so long, man. It's been so long. It's such a long time. Fucking hell. Jesus, Bona. I really appreciate it. It's like over 4 years, man. What the fuck? That's insane. I get the feel you say. Yes. Weather is all over the place. It's like, am I warm? Am I cold? Is it humid? Is it dry? Nobody knows. It might be all of those things in the one day. It may rain and then it may get a windstorm. We don't fucking know here. We just pray that we are prepared for it. We'll be out. Where are you? Where's Sophia? Hello, you boy. How you doing? And SSB, how's it going? I gotta get my lazy ass around to. I keep meaning to do it, but then I don't, and I work on other stuff instead and doing commission stuff instead. But I gotta make the showcase for SSB's rig at some point. Gotta get off my ass and do it. But damn, I don't want a video edit. I don't want it. Chat. Don't want it. Hard. This was time. I'd rather draw pretty pictures. Well, no stealing, you will put. Be on the naughty list for Christmas. I'm telling Santa. But what are y'all nuggets all been up to? Mariah Carey is already here! Halloween is gone. The only major holiday left now is Christmas. If you ask the grocery stores and that, Christmas has been coming since July. At least locally. They've had the Christmas fucking fruitcakes and shit sitting out since then. And like Christmas decorations and all the rest of it. It's just been so annoying. Anytime another holiday would come through, like Halloween, they would just temporarily move the Christmas shit and put the Halloween shit there, and then they move the Christmas shit back again. It's so painful, man. It's so painful. This year they even had a mishmash of Christmas and Halloween shit in the same section. It's like, wow, I hate it here. I hate it. Wait, it's the bogan. Oh, shut your fuck, mate. I'll show you a good proper bogan, buddy. How the bloody hell are you? I'ma sip my matcha in the most bogan way possible out of a cup, because I'm bogan, so anything that my lips touch is now also bogan. Sorry, I'm like really doughy. And matcha is looking like the only form of caffeine that I can take safely without bleeding out the orifices. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. After Christmas comes out the Valentine's Day stuff and Easter stuff. Yep, instantly. Instantly. They don't care if it's anywhere near the season. They just want it out there. They just want to sell things. Is that a rat in your head? On your head? Wade, you need to go to Specsavers, like right now. Speaking of Specsavers, I gotta up me prescription. Apparently me right eye is fine, but my left eye has been getting worse, which is not really surprising because it's always been my worst eye. It's like, yes, you're slightly more blind now, lady. Time to get new glasses. Okay. Why is it so expensive though? Why am I gonna have to spend $400 on new glasses? Why can't I just pop the lens out and you give me new lens and then they try to talk you out of it? It's like, go fucking... That could be myopia. I don't know what myopia is, but I have astigmatism. My left eye has always been kind of... You know what's funny though? My left eye has been more shitty like for focus and light sensitivity, but it sees much more saturated color. Like, I see colors much more vividly through this eye. Like, it's much more vivid. But this eye, I can see things more clearly, but it's a little bit more muted in color. Very interesting. I remember being in primary school when I realized that. I was just sitting in the nurse's office, like swapping eyes and being like, oh, bright color, dull color, bright color, dull color. I'm not even that blind, bro. My prescription's not even that bad. It's like a fucking I think it's like a 1 on my good eye, and then I think now I'm up to a 2 or something on my left eye. It's not much. It's not much. It's not much. And clip that and showed it to people. Your commenter, blah, fuck's sake, Blitzer. Why did you show it around, bah? What are you doing? Blitzer! Wait, the Christmas ban is over? We can say it without getting timed down? Yes, because Halloween is priced, but if you start singing fucking Christmas carols at me, then all restrictions are back on, bitch. Barry, how you doing? Oh, fucking hell, 20 stream streak. Loyalty. Yes, my loyal little foxy woxy. Who's your daddy? Mommy? Oh my god, you know what I just realized as well? Technically, because I make my own model, but I also make my children's model, does that make me like their mother's sister? Their sister mother? Like, their sister daddy? How does this work? I'm like, hang on a minute. I'm their VTuber sister, sibling, but I'm also their VTuber parent. Where, this family tree is in a circle. Sweet home Alabama. I like ring family trees. What is that? It looks kind of like Frog King. It's based off a African rain frog. She's just a bit bigger because it's Chatto sign. She is the queen. The queen of Chat. So she is a bit bigger. Cause it was funny. Fuck you. I gotta sneeze on my left nostril. Maybe it happens with age and it causes slight vision loss. Requires laser eye. Yeah, but my optometrist, because here in Australia you get free eye exams where they like full on use that big fancy scanner thingy. So you can see the shape of your eyeball and see the back of your eyeball, and it's all free! Praise be Australia! And yeah, no, it's astigmatism. My eyeball cone is slightly like shaped, you know? It's like slightly it's a little bit elongated. I got erect eyeballs. This is my astigmatism. Stanley, Papa! How you doing? Oh, I'm good. Question: is this the version of Infinite Fusions before or after they added AI for the Pokédex? Yeah, but they removed it again. They wanted to try and do the Pokédex entries that would like do text and stuff, but nah. Yeah. I do have the version that has after the AI, but I do not have the AI thing enabled. I do not have enabled my left nostril. I think I have a dog hair up it, but I don't want to go digging for gold right now. How embarrassing. Mods, drink water! I know you're there, Calamus. I know you there, Mr. Lobster! Definitely a dog hair up my nostril. It's definitely there. You're nasty. What? It's fine. It's just a racetrack. Onion ring family tree. In the name of Christmas, we could hang the family tree on the front door. Could be a wreath. So do I join Discord or save up for
Thanks Jojo the Boy Arrow for gifting Devilblade _ 666 a sub. Now Devilblade _ 666 can never leave.
You're stuck here forever. Jojo, thank you so much for gifting the sub. I don't know what the hell that voice was that came out. It sounded a little bit too hentai for my liking. I'm not pulling that one out ever again. Never! I see, I gotta go fishing. There's fucking... I gotta just pause this so I blow my nose without you listening. You fucking pervert. I'm not sure if I got that out, but I'm slightly less uncomfortable. I haven't updated my game since before they added AI because they removed tons of community-made sprites because people complained. Oh, didn't realize. I think maybe I still have those sprites though because I have the old sprite packs and I've just been adding the new sprite packs on top. So it's like, rather than using their updater system thing, I've literally just been manually adding sprites. So I feel like I probably still have those sprites. Probably still have them sprites, I guess. I should play it again someday. Also, like, I updated it not too long ago because there's lots of new story stuff and stuff. One day I would have played Pokemon Odyssey as well. Apparently that's done. That's another fan game. It's meant to be pretty good. Like I watched a video on it, the only programmer of the game is a jerk with a huge ego. I don't give a fuck. If anyone actually gave a flying fuck about shit like that, no one would play Nintendo games. Come on now. I don't give a flying fuck. He can keep sucking his own dick for all I care. I just want to play game and it's free, so it's not like I'm giving him money. Get my fucking hair back, killers! Discord access! There you go, Northy. Wait, hang on, let me send you the message now. Northy, come here. Right, Nothing. Nothing ever happens around here. I'm too boring of a streamer for that shit. Let's be honest now. Alright. Noisy. No one likes my content. Everybody hates me. What is the song Mum used to sing? Nobody loves me. Everybody hates me. Think I'll worms. Fat ones, skinny ones. Long ones, short ones. Worms. Up, up, up. Da, 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 da. Use, generate, copy. Anyway. Check it. I see shit. I got so much stuff in front of my screen. I can't see the bottom. How you doing, Gummy? Is that Wibix? I keep yawning. Alright. I'm awake. We're gonna be playing more the Pokemon. Pokemon Nuzlocke Infinite Fusions. Almost no one dead at all. Minimal deaths have been occurring. Come on now. Very proud of myself. I stole it just as I told me. Here, also I'm trying to find Catter in the background. I remember where I stuck her. Where'd she go? I haven't updated it a little bit, so maybe she's not even on there. Where is she? And chat, can you like shut the fuck up for 5 seconds? We're trying to find Catter in the background and you're blocking the view. Shut up. Fuck. I don't think she's in. Oh no, Catter was relatively early on. She should be there somewhere. On the table there is all the mods, so she's not gonna be there. Shut the fuck up! You're in the way! Fuck! Catter, Doko? Doko, Catter? We find Catter. Hang on. Go hunting, yes? So you're not here. TikTok! What? Meteor! How you doing? Num num num. Is that her on the floor? This here is fuck, it's another person named Slime. We got Alice Ichigo Slimington. We got I forgot what I think they were just called Slime VT. I haven't seen them in a hot minute. I love that I'm just using my body as a fucking cursor at this point. I'm like, about this one and this one. Where the fuck is she? I'm not seeing her anywhere. Mustn't be here. I don't think she's there. In the plant? No, that's Ashvale in the plant over there in the green. There's Ashvale. Could be here. She was one of the earlier slimes, I swear! I swear! Would I not see nowhere? Catter? Catter! 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 What the fuck? Oh, wait, no, I found her! I found her! She is here! Right here! She's been spotted! Yes! We have located the Catter. Look at me with my big brain. I found her! I can't believe she didn't put me in a more accurate size to shut you up. Alice will be your friends. We call each other stankies. And that just like, I feel like that's everyone's friends group. It's like, you stank. No, you stank. How much is it to have a bean made? I can't remember what the point redeem is for it. Anyone in chat want to remind me how much I charged for the chat those? Though I haven't worked on them in forever because of my health stuff. So when I finally get my sorry ass around to doing subathon, I'm sorry for my 2.0 game. Fuck. We'll probably be working on them a lot when I have to rest my throat. Go to the kitchen of points. There we go. I upped the price quite solidly. Jesus. You're about 3 years behind. Oh, I know, I feel it. Look, man, it's hard to play games, enter or chat those at the same time, alright? The 3.0 is going to look amazing. No, it's my 2.0! Don't you fucking lie. Not lying here. Nom 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 nom. Hi, Azurite. How you doing? You guys want a little sneaky pleaky? It's not much of a sneaky pleaky because, it's literally just the eyes with incomplete rendering of hair and stuff. You want a itty bitty little sneaky pleaky before Calamus shows up and yells at me? Carl is not here. You can't stop me. You what?
You lied to me, 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 you lied to me. You lied to me, 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 you lied to me.
I don't lie to nobody! What do you want about? Thank you for the beaties. I said 2.0! I didn't get for fun! No, Carlos will bitch at me and said no! Don't like it. Don't like it? Dear Father, Crimball! It's now Crimball! You said thunderstorms, yeah, and it was heading this way and it started rolling over and then it just fucking disappeared. It got like Thanos snapped and I don't know, it's weird. We're just as confused as you are. It just pissed off. It just disappeared. I was sitting there waiting for the flashing and the thunder and the rumbling to fuck off, and then it did. Lo and behold. My patron cannot be stopped. The patron saint of Grimbush. Most mild of spoilers you've ever seen in your life. The most milquetoast spoilers you've ever seen in your life. Because the only rendering that's finished here are the eyeballs. Everything else is work done. Get work done. Wow. What is this? Yes, yes. You're working on her. She's slowly coming together. Very slowly. Stop me! What? It's just the eyeballs. Come on! You damn Cinder and I. Well, Cinder deserved it because she was bullying me the last stream, so she can fucking sit on it and spit.
Thanks, Larsified, for the sub. Welcome to my garden.
Thank you for the prime sub. Thank you. But also, it looks amazing. I mean, technically speaking, I could spoil it even worse. But no, that one thing that there's one thing that only Calamus is aware of. That would be an extra good surprise for chat. No one else knows about it. Only Calamus knows about it. No one else knows. I did nothing wrong. You facilitated it by not stopping her. We're screwed. Calamus will bitch for us. And he's not here. No one tells him. He won't know about it. Don't worry about it, Lars. I hope you're doing okay. A cheeky little thigh, shy thigh, blah, blah, a little shy thunder, yes. That's what I had for a little bit. There wasn't actually any rain there for most of it. It was just the dry lightning on its own. Hello, Wonderful. How you doing? I tried. Shh, no snitches. Exactly. If you don't snitch, no one has to get the stitch, alright? No one has to get the stitch. So everyone behave yourself. No one tell Calamus. He doesn't need to know, okay? He doesn't need to know. Goth, mouse, goth. See, that's Calamus pissed off. He brought the thunderstorm. And I'm scratching. I got fleas. No! Mikan, we are not defrosting that thing. We don't know. No. No. Christmas belongs in December and it can fucking stay there. Huh? Anyway, gaming section. Sorry. I'm trying to be energetic. Like, I call it faking it until I make it. I used to do it when I used to work in like customer service. I'd be like, I hate my job, I hate my life, I hate people, and then I'd pretend that I really love people.
You should not.
So that people would, you know, like my customer service until eventually the customer service person in me came out. So I'm like, I'm energetic! I pretend to be energetic until I'm actually energetic. Fuck off with your banana dick. No one wants a banana dick. Huh? Wait, what's the noise? Something like that. What? I don't know what the sound effect was. I can smell the overripe banana-ness of it. Not the banana! You can pay laws for that! Get your fucking banana and get out!
Can't see! Yoda can't see!
I just don't have energy in general. I'm sipping at my matcha trying to trigger some energy up in here. I had my ADHD meds that'll probably not kick in for like another half hour to an hour because slow release. Unless I want to like crack myself out and double dose myself with short acting at the same time, but I don't think that's a good idea. I really don't think it's an advisable choice. But fuck, this matcha is yummy! Just scratches that itch. You want energy? Someone redeem? No. We don't do, no. I don't need that in my life anymore. Got enough fucking fish in my life! Blink block, blink block, blink block. Hello, sir. How's it going? I'm awake. Sometimes I wish I could shake myself and just like, I'd imagine this would wake me up so good. Like just fucking the rat shaking simulator, be like, I feel like that'd wake me up real good. Oh, you suck. You get a 5 star. What was the choice? What was you trying to decide on it? No!
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make a damn jaw drop.
What's
It's our
that?
Bass Pro Shop. Duh. What you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs, but they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Let's learn some history. And the Egyptians like a million centuries.
You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're cutting on this bitch. Just wanna shit my ass in a mess you wanna fish. Yeah, I'd have to prophesize and all the hieroglyphics is the blood shit. You know stop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
Why is that ringing
I
bell? Grace Pro Shop, man. Grace Pro Shop, which is Graces. You're trying to fish the Graces.
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train. Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
Oh, Jetto-san, you're broken. We guys triggering a scam train for. Parkour! How's it going? Don't worry, I'm not. No, I don't want to say it again. Just know I'm not, okay, Piker? I'm not. Mikon, what the fuck, dude? Are you okay? Mental asylum for that one. 35 cents! Fuck yeah! That could... I mean, once upon a time, that could have got me a McDonald's ice cream. I don't actually know how much McDonald's ice creams cost anymore. Last I checked, they were 50 cents. I still remember several years ago, they tried to make it $1 and no one would buy it, so they dropped it back down to 50 cents.
To my shadows. A worthy tribute indeed. Punderful_owl gifted a tier 1 sub to Naro Fox 1.
Are you done, girl? Thank you, Punderful! Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Let's go! Who got
Something
it was...
something balls. Let's go. Something something balls. Let's go.
Dump, Jetto-san, with the fucking double ups, girl! Up you yup! No one want... McDonald's ice cream is $1 in the US, and it's decent... No, our cones are tiny. Like, itty bitty. Even in my tiny little hand, they're tiny. No decent size ice cream here, man. Tiny, and they always have been. house is very old. Never in my life has McDonald's. Maybe it's because it's Australia. But yeah, they've been, I remember 20 cents. Yeah, I remember ice cream cones being 20 cents.
Gifted
For
a
a
tier
very,
1
very,
cent
very
to
long
Jack
time when I was very little.
Jokers.
It's big for $1. See, no, we have tiny little cones. All right, let me get my... I don't know how to translate the inches, so I'm whipping out a measuring tape. Fuck you, all right? I don't know your American measuring system. Stop it. Thank you again, Pike! Thank you! We gifted sub to Kurt. Am I reading that right? Reading that right? Yes, I am. Thank you so much. Oh wait, no, Jack. No, Jack Jokers is who got it. Knew I would. All right. It's fair outside the US. A large is a small in the US. Okay, so where's inches versus centimeters? I think. That's centimeters. That's inches. So I'd say no bigger than 3 inches. Yeah. Maybe 4. Nah, 4 inches is way too big. The cone itself here in Australia is about 3 inches. That's the little cone. And then you might be lucky to get like an extra 2 inches of ice cream poking out the top, so you might get 5 inches total of ice cream for your 50 cent. I still remember when they tried to up it to $1 and no one would buy it because fucking I'm not paying $1 for 5 inches of ice cream. Go burn in a hole. It's also really like narrow around as well. 3 inches on a good day. 3 inches is huge. I don't know what you're talking about. 3 inches is huge. Adam, cope. I think it's inches. Yeah, it is inches. On the right side. The right side. It's fucking tiny. I think that's 3. Yeah. I don't know, man. My mum still measures things in inches. She's that fucking ancient that she refuses to transfer to centimeters and meters, and she keeps measuring things in inches and feet. And I'm like, woman, I don't fucking know what that means. God, we've been using Imperial for how long now? Please just give up. It's just cold out. 3 inches of ice cream is a lot. How round is your fucking cone?
King_Big Chris with another raid. How thrilling. Welcome to my Froggy Kingdom. Bow down to Shadow Sin, the true queen, and prepare for chaos. Enjoy your stay while I reign supreme over this chat. Ribbit.
Let's go! Thank you! I'd say, so 3 inches tall and about... Why am I measuring this? Who gives a fuck? I'm doing it anyway. Maybe 4 inches around. It's not much. It's not a whole lot. And in centimeters... That is like 8 centimeters. Fuck all! It's not even as long as me thumb! Or, yeah, it's like the length of my thumb, bro. Unless you're saying I have giant digits. I got them big fuck off digits. King Big Chris, how was stream? How you doing? Sorry, I don't... You can tell my ADHD meds haven't kicked in yet. I'm measuring ice cream cones that I don't even have in front of me, bro. We're still talking about ice cream, yes! How round is your cone? You can't ask that. Well, you see my cone. Wait, no. Where's my cone? My cone is roughly 4 inches around, huh? You jealous yet? You jealous yet? And that's on a hot day. That's not even on a cold day when everything gets a little bit overexcited and swells a little bit. Anyway, Pokemon, anyone?
I'm never gonna financially recover from this.
What was Chris doing? I love that all the raiders came raiding in with like, yeah, get Chris raid, and then crickets. Did you guys fucking kill Chris? Chris! X in chat if you need saving. X in chat if I need to call the police, please. Are you safe? Ah! You killed him. X. You guys are the raiders. You're the ones that are doing the kidnapping. I'm not taking your opinion for nothing.
What the hell is a kilometer?
Why the fuck
What the hell is a kilometer?
A kilometer is better than any measuring. Why the fuck is that? Oh, it's a. Why is that so expensive? What the fuck? Mika, I just ripped you off. So why is that so expensive? What? Why is Goku is ripping people off over here? Why did it say it twice? Chat though, so I'm being a bitch. I have to turn her off and back on her again. She's doubling up. What the hell is a kilometer? Was it the that American sound that you can get? What the fuck is a kilometer? The fucking eagle screech. Pokemon ZA been kind of fun. I don't know what to think of it right now, but at least better than Violet. I don't see it as what I've seen ever being anywhere near worth the money that they're asking for it, so I'm never gonna get it. I may yet sail the 7 seas to require some samplings. But I don't see myself spending money on that shit. Nintendo can go fucking burn it a hole. I'm so glad that they lost the whole patent thing for the catch ring mechanic. As deserved! Oh, did the thing work? I don't think it did. Or was it that it was you, H2O? No, it didn't work. The fuck? They changed how things look in the back rooms, and I can't get the custom sprite to load in. Ow! I had to turn on PC to buy 5. Thank you for your contribution. I don't know why Goku is so fucking expensive, but I don't know why the Goku TTS is so expensive. Alright, where am I going? What was I doing? What are we doing, chat? I think I caught my Pokemon that was out here and I was doing some training. And I spoke to Chato-san and didn't lose anyone, which is always nice when no one dies. I'm gonna sneeze stuck in my right nostril now as opposed to my left. Excuse me. Ugh. Felt that all the way through my soul. I did a playthrough recently. A Gyarados, a Tyranitar fusion Hawks. It wrecked so much face. Well, my Xenos would have wrecked so much face if I didn't fuck it up. Bless you, thank you. Like if someone cares that my soul returns to my body. Aurora Beam? And another sneeze coming. I'm tickling the back of my nostrils. I feel like I'm a little bit too far off to the side, you can't see. I feel so bad because I haven't been able to do much work. Oh, my fucking nose! You guys like hearing about my nostrils, my orifices. I feel so bad because I haven't been able to do much work lately. I've been sleeping so much. And it drives me nutty knowing that I have work sitting there and I haven't been able to work on it. When I have been able to get myself to at least get up and do something, I've only been allowing myself to work on my model because it's outside of my designated work hours. And I know my body, and I know myself, and I know that if I allow myself to do client work after 9 PM, I will be up until like 5 o'clock in the morning obsessively working on it. So after 9 PM, client work has to get put away. No more client work after 9 PM, Stubby! Control yourself! Unbless you. Oh, Red! Coming games are worth $30. Fuck the new Sonic game, and fuck the Mario Kart games, and fuck all of it. I ain't doing that shit. I agree. None of their game price are fair like Mario Kart. What the fuck? 80 USD and up. This is bullshit, man. It's absolute bollocks. And I don't know if it's the same in America, but here in Australia, the physical copies are actually cheaper for most of their games. If you were to go onto the Nintendo eStore and buy like the original Mario Kart or whatever, it's $10 more expensive than if you just go to fucking JB Hi-Fi and get the physical copy. Actually more expensive. I don't know why, I don't know how, but it is how it is. Okay. Gotta memorize myself with who I got, what do what, and the how and the who. Oh, no, Do-do-do-do-do. What's your type, bitch, Mr. Man? Steel flying, so let's swap you the fuck out before you end up dead. I got hair on my tongue. Only fire type. That irks me. Mila's my only fire type. I need a fire type, chat. One of you guys just fucking fire type for me. Come on. Lazy bastards, the lot of ya. Ma. Wait, you still can't get the custom stuff to work? I couldn't get it to work. I don't know how. Where did you, what, have you got a more updated version of Infinite Fusions? If you did, what file did you put it in? Because I put it in 3 different files and it didn't respond in any of them. That was a dog hair on the back of my tongue. What the fuck? That Metagross Beedrill fusion? Right! I fucking love it! Beat him up! Elsie, yes? Sprites to import. Sprites. What? Graphics. Oh my god, you guys give me this shit so bad. I need to go toilet already. Why? I went. This is so annoying, chat. This is like going on a road trip as a kid. Your parents like, did you go toilet before you left? And you're like, yes. And then 10 minutes in, you're like, I need to take a fat dump, Mom. Can we pull over? Every time. Every time. It's the same thing happens when I'm on the phone to my family, actually. Doesn't matter if I just went toilet. If I'm on the phone to my family for longer than 20 minutes, it's bathroom time. We're taking a dookie. Here, 1 sec. Thank you. Oh, H2O. I'll be lurking in the background, eating. Oh, what's for lunch? Well, watch this run slow. Hey, 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 hey. I don't know what a flavile is. Oh, that's a fire type. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Throw a rock at it real quick. Ah! Ah! I blame Azurite for that. They fucking jinxed me. That screen came from the soul so bad that my noise-canceling headphones didn't know what to do, and they just fucking like sonic boomed my eardrums. My eardrums just got fucking blasted. I don't know. Punch him. Graphics, custom battles, sprites. Eh? See that? Graphics. Custom battlers. Oh, sprites to import. Oh, okay. I'll put it there after this, after a dead body on the floor. Cleaned up. I'm waiting for a VTuber to go to the bathroom, but forget to both remove and mute their wireless. I bring my wireless headphones with me, so I can hear you little fuckers in the bathroom. I ain't trust you little shits to be left alone. I got my Bluetooth headphones, but my microphone stays in. It's on my little stand. No, you can't hear nothing. What was I doing? Mud Toad. That's a ground type. Yes, we are swapping out. I need to poo. I need to poo. Chat, I must poo. Oh, I must poo. I need to poo. Nope, alright, I'm leaving you guys here. I'll be right back. I'm so short in the stream, but I gotta go. I gotta go. All right, you stare at beautiful scrambles for. Actually, we'll stare at the dead body. Who died? Where are you? Astra, you can stare at the dead body, okay? While I'm gone.
Thanks Spiko_ for gifting Makanpachi a sub. Now Makanpachi can never leave.
Just trap someone in the eternal abyss whilst I was AFK? Who did we catch? Mikan! You can never leave, Mikan. Mikan's stuck forever. What we doing? Rain, hello? Yes, there's a dead body, alright? Wait, it's Astra's fault for not being a fire type. Fight me. What am I even fighting right now? I don't know. A ground type, that's right. I don't actually know if ground is super effective against steel or not, so scramble! Get back here! Get back here! Don't be a coward! Oh, never mind. Mud Toad is a water type. All that stress over nothing, it was a fucking water type! It's my goddamn luck. Oh, don't bite me, you dickhead. Dork, you come up. Actually, you're an electric type too, aren't you? Do you have an electric type move, though? Spark is your only electric type move. Kind of pitiful, really. No. waste a turn somehow. Okay. Bite you! Fuck you, bite! Too dead to use it anyway. Is judging our souls always will. Yours smells like fish for some reason. What have you been doing? What do we got? A photo? Oh, why does it look like a dumpling? What the fuck is that? What is it? I actually don't know what this is. Why does it look like a dumpling? Are you dumpling shaped? Owie. Romantis and Ditto! Oh! Okay, I got you. Still dumpling shaped. A blade. I love Why is it just a blade? Some of these names, bro. We need that cunny back. Oh! Absol Doughblade! Right. I don't bite it. Ow, why does your bite hit harder? That's not fair. I don't think I can hit you with Sacred Sword. I don't think that's a possibility, but I'm gonna try anyway. Yeah, I didn't think so. I figured I'd try it! Alright, fuck this. Fuck this, fuck that, fuck everybody! Fine! How you doing? Ow! Shit hurts, man! No shock's not gonna do anything, so bullet punch. Ow! This fucking burrito hits hard, man! That hurt. Killed my baby. My frozen. Oh, that means I have a new empty slot open up. I gotta pull someone out of the box. Ah, man, inconsiderate wench. All right, let's get rid of the dead body. I forgot how cute that is. This is scrambled. Where's the dead body? It's starting to stink. Nostranivia. So long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, good night. Probably is celebrating leaving, honestly. Yes. Nivia. It just makes me think of Nvidia, honestly. Text is a little bit big. That and that there and that, yeah. Best investment ever was making these headstones, I tell you. The amount of use I got out of this one fucking PNG is actually kind of sad. If I'm honest with myself, it's kind of sad. I don't want a stupid Wobble Fate. And you and me, oh god, what? Oh god. Okay, yeah, what is it? Why? 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 The look your blind date gives you when you start randomly discussing war crimes in Gundam. What? Yes. Oh shit, why is why did it pop up like that? It blocks everything out. That's such a meme layout, bro. The look your blind date gives you when you start randomly discussing war crimes in Gundam. Anyone else experience being in high school? I suppose this is just like a woman experience in general, and the guy that's trying to hit on you is like discussing how they would murder the whole class, or like thinks it's cool and a flex to be like, oh yeah, if I were to kill people I would do this, and they think it's really cool and edgy, and you're just sitting there like, the amount of times I've had that happen to me concerning. No, I've never been hit on, dang nabbit. I mean, some people hit on you in weird ways, man. Weird ways. Maybe you just never knew. A full party. Up, you yup. All right, let's decide who we're throwing into the collection. Xenos looks really cool, but I got enough fucking flying types. The only fire type I have is Mila. I've got enough steel types as well, and enough dragon types. Like, this is fucking bollocks. And enough electric types. Did you have a custom sprite before? I swear you didn't, Northy. But you're looking real cute there. Northy, I do not remember you. Like, I do not remember this sprite at all. Hello? Hello? I swear that... Cute as shit, but I don't remember you. Alright, I was gonna move the sprites around. Hang on. Let me just figure out who the hell I'm gonna throw in the party first. Yeah. I suppose Xenos will be the best choice for now, just because, Grass Gym is next. I'll put you in. Hit save. And then try to... do that sprite thing. Alright, just a second, chat. Just a moment while I fuck around in the back rooms again. And downloads. B. And boot the game back up again. Holy jeez! Hi, Mouse! Hi, everyone! Hi, Metal Panda! How's it going? So the bar is low! It's Blitz, you have a chance. There's a chance. Don't fucking whiff it. Just want to give Dennis 2 grapes. Huh? Oh! Did work! It work. Ah! It did! I got to put it as an alt sprite! Woo! A big brain. Look at you go! Fucking hell! Epic. Let's fucking go! Thank you, H2O, for telling me how to do that. I don't understand why girls don't like me, Steve! I need you to listen and understand. Plotting how you would end us in intricate detail is not what they would call a green flag! Please!
41 months. One off from the answer to life in the universe. Also damn stealthy. We told you to stop biting your neck. Now you are coned.
Yeah. At least I'm not in the cat vest of shame, okay? Yeah, I know they're a thing. I know about the vests of shame. Only went to give me this. That's gotta go to Xenos. Xenos needs levels. I just hydrated, King Prawn! And thank you for the resub. Fine, I'll drink again. Ears itchy. I got fleas, I swear! This warm weather keeps making my skin itchy. Wait, I'll hydrate with my matcha instead, because I need the caffeine. Oh, Wilson needs more caffeine! Caffeine, good, yes! I don't know why I sound like an old man. Ah, fuck. Box Pokemon rise up the pot. No! 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 Aww! H2O, why you take up so much space, my boy? I know. What'd that do? I don't know, but he dead. He dead. He like big dead. I am. Cirrus. Aww! Kinda scary looking, I'm not gonna lie. That angle is creeping me out. holy sacred sword work really good. Did not work as well as hoping. Fuck your razor leaf, I eat you with bugs. Oh, that didn't work very well either. Riddler! That's a deluxe size sprite, right? It's like all the space. Wagon, no thank you. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay. I heal again because I'm scared. I've seen enough death. Place. Oh wait, who the hell is selling Colas? When did Colas get out here? Oh, Mr. Kink Outfit H2O. What? Excuse me? I do not remember any kink outfit, but... Hello, old man. Oh, shit. I didn't think he was a battler. I thought he was free stuff. Oh, God. Okay. Fire type. I'm always in danger when it comes to the fire types. I'm not gonna lie. Ah! Oh, shit. Wait, no, Keg doesn't have any dark type moves. I bamboozled myself. Wait. Ow! The previous sprite? No! That was not a bondage sprite. All it did... all it did was have a shield in its mouth. Come on, bro! Oh, flame burst! Someone's finally learning a fire type move. Let's go! Let's go! Yeah. The fish was bound! Bound and gagged! What, you've never gagged a fish before? Oh. Kinda sad looking little guy. I'm gonna need to see that sprite again. Pico's like, just for science. Shed for rig. Shedinja draft rig is my guess. I can smell my sweaty feet. Aha! Keg was in chat. That your offering okay? I'm getting like My Little Pony fucking disease tree AU vibes. I don't know if anyone watched that shit. It was a weird TikTok trend. I enjoyed it. I don't like My Little Pony, but like the AU shit was actually kind of cool. It was like a horror AU where like the ponies were becoming like zombie brains and turning into these weird tree things. That apparently was mildly actually wrapped in with the real lore because there was a story somewhere momentarily mentioned in My Little Pony where ponies would turn into trees. They would still be alive, just trapped in the form of a tree in permanent agony. Yeah. And people made like a whole AU out of it. I actually enjoyed that shit. Took a few years, but Mouse finally got a cone! Shut. Ow! It creeps me out. Have you guys seen it? Did any of you guys see? Please tell me someone else saw the fucking... the My Little Pony stuff. Please, 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 please. If not, I might have to do a emergency education session. It might be necessary. Ow. 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 Did diddly squat, didn't it? Where's me fairy? Do you have any fairy moves, you little creature? No, you don't. Useless. Pointless. What's the point here? Alright. Read it to us on stream. I don't have to read it to you. It's like videos. I gotta go find it. I gotta show you guys. Ow! You fat fuck! Alright. Big Johnny! Damn straight he's a fucking Big Johnny. He just body slammed me. My poor little 5'2" frame. Alright. Need healing. Alright, chat, let's go off task. Once I heal, let's go off task. You need to be educated in the way of the AU. Alright, let's get my sorry ass onto TikTok. Oh, here we go. No, I don't want. Go away. Go away. Oh, they've changed the layout. Gross. Nasty. Is it which? I can't fuck. I can't remember which email it is. This one, I think. Yeah. Oh. Weird thing. Wait. Okay, this is the right one. Now I gotta find the shit. Okay. Yeah, the layout is disgusting.
Thanks scramble_brain_rec for the sub. Welcome to my garden.
Infection AU, that's what it was called. Scramble! Thank you for the resub, let's go! Why does every sprite with fur go so hard? Because fur is a cutie patati. Okay, let me see if I can find what I'm looking for. I found the infection, like the right AU. I just want to show you the right videos because there was one particular creator that was popping the fuck off with their creepy ass story. All right. Let me mute that real quick. I'm gonna mute the game real quick. Where's my game? There it is. Ah! Oh, I just spilt my... Hang on. I'm overexcited to show you ponies. You wanna look at my ponies, chat? That off. Fun, it's fun, chat. We like it. I return and you have cursed brony. Just my little Barney infection AU. It was nice scary stuff. I like it. Music back on. There's a lot of scary shit that I miss because a lot of scary stuff, quote unquote, these days is more or less just horror? Not horror, gore. A lot of horror is just gore these days and it annoys the shit out of me. It's like, no, I want to be scared. I don't want to be fucking grossed out. I want to not know what's going on. I want to feel mildly creeped out and maybe some jump scares.
A total joke. Stealthy Mouse enjoys horror versions. How original. She can't even handle normal things. Go down to the Froggy Queen for real entertainment instead. Leave the ridiculousness to her, while I reign supreme. Ribbit.
Okay, buddy boy. It's good stuff. I miss the old scary things just being scary and not having to do with like getting sexually assaulted or like slowly tortured to death. I want psychological horror that does not involve rapey and slow torturous murder. It's not the same thing. It feels like cheap and easy way to go about it. See the message I sent after? I know about the rainbow virus. I think that's the rainbow cookie virus. That's the only messages I saw. Oh wait, I have news. As of 3 hours ago, I've been informed that I am now an uncle! I can call you uncle. Let's go! Ow. stealthy. Good blood packs are costly. You know what I mean? I'm talking about like games too. Like instead of building up suspense and mystery and all the rest of it, they're just like, what if we just like cut their arm off and have bones sticking out? Like, yeah, sure, you can do that too. I want to be second guessing things. I want to be like, what's happening? What's going on? What's gonna happen next? Not, oh, this person's gonna get their arm ripped off for, oh, we got an attractive female. They're definitely gonna get sodomized. Okay. Yeah, this is a bad choice. Come on! Fucking magnet pull, you ass! Oh, scramble, don't die. Looks like they haven't got a very good moveset despite their typage and looking like they could kill me in an instant. Lara Croft games where for one of them it feels like you need to protect her from what, really? Bruh. Need more thrillers, less slash. Yes! It wants suspense and build up, not jump scares and gore and oh, sodomization time. Why is this biblically accurate, Pidgey Rat? I thought he was gonna have hit a bit harder than he did, I'll be honest. Yes, I'm healing after every battle, so what? What you got to about it? Maybe I just want to see Apple Waifu every 2 seconds, huh? Oops, that's that. Oh, I'm in. Oh no. Oh, I'm inside the tree. Okay, we're good. I'm in the trees! Alright, this way. Honestly, it feels like once you've seen one analog horror, you've seen what analog horror? The new zone. How many balls do I have on hand? Yeah, let's go get some more fusion balls, and then we're gonna go catch some. Waiting for some people to bother me. Wait, is this the town where I had to meet the next Team Rocket member? I can't remember. Might be. Right, the shop's over here, that's right. Hello! Nope. Fusion ball. Stealthy mouse glitching? What did I do? I was Team Rocket, so I assume so. Yeah, but there's always been Team Rocket in this town. They're like all over the shop. Down there and that. I'm trying to remember if this is the... Oh, it is. Okay, it is the town that I needed to be in. Okay! Oops, shit. I'll get into my rocket outfit in a minute. Fuck! Get out of the bucket! I'm stuck. I want a new Pokemon! It better be a fucking fire type or I might crush my skull against the damn desk! Alright, here we go. I already have one of you, so you can fuck right off. A fire type! It's a firefighting! As is tradition for a study. Fuck, finally my fire type! Please, 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 please. Please, 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 get him a ball. Ah, don't be a dickhead. don't you tease my cum chop! Not my cum chop! Ah, geez, can Subnautica 2 come out already? I want to buy it for Stealthy and Shemaya! I want to play it so bad, and I want to play it with Shemaya so bad. I feel like we would just fucking... Our two ADHD brains together would end just the most chaotic bullshit you've ever seen in your life. I want so bad for Subnautica 2 to just come out already! Rumors of delay being bigger as lawsuits. Fuck! Ah. I hate suits so bad, man. No, it's cum chop. It's not cum chop. Cum chop. Anyone perish? Well, literally, as soon as you said you were gonna skedaddle, there may or may not have been a death. So I am blaming you for it. Alright, where's my... I need that, and I need that, and I need that, and I need that button. La 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 la. Reject cookies. Fuck your cookies. I don't want your cookies, stream elements. Alright, exclamation mark ticket if you want to be me firefighter. Who wants to be a com chop? Anyone? I think you're just gonna say ticket, not with the one it lies. Oh no, it did work. Okay, never mind. I keep forgetting you know Shemaya. Bye, baby. I love Shemaya. Also, rumors of them wanting to do 2026, so eligible for 2026 Game Awards, so won't win this year since too late. I mean, it's almost the end of the goddamn year. They got 2 months left. I have her on in another tab. Oh, she up? That's the thing. She always streams when I stream, so it's like, I never catch the streams. I often lurk when I'm working, though. 42 is fucked with a leap, right? I just hope that it doesn't mess with the game itself. I'm alive! Hey, Milo! Oh, exclamation mark ticket to be my com chop. You know you all like being a com chop. It's a well-seasoned chop indeed. Extra protein. Yes. What is a com chop? Sorry, we're scratching. Chetos. And then Mila. How you doing, my favorite little child, Mila? Mila. You're about to smell something weird. Oh, he burned the house down. Let's go. All right, closing. Drawing. Unlucky Jackal gets the double protein. Put it to PC for now. I gotta go pick you up. Or if I just call you Jackal. Jackal. Whoops. Jackal. Alright, what else could have been? Let me see if I need to cry or not. Yeah, no, I wouldn't have been crying about you because I got enough fucking electric types. Again, electric type edge? Well, technically not electric type, but could be if I hopped its head around. Yeah. Where's my with this run and just electric types? Oh, it's the not the hover fucking plant. My hair back at him! Get it! Light sounds? I'll fucking grey sound you. Get that crinkly, or was it brown sound? The crinkly fucking paper sound? What am I doing? This way. I put mouths in the cave of shame! Me. I did. There you are. One, lag, alright. Ding, 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 ding. Bing, 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 bing. Ding, 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 ding. Bing, 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 bing. Get dizzy doing that. Whoosh. I had a feeling the headstone increased, but I wasn't sure. It was literally the second you fucking skedaddled that it happened. The moment you left. So it's all your fault. You abandoned me. You guys making out over there? No, I don't want that. Go away. Be gone. Actually, maybe I will take that fire punch. Give. Yoink. A jackal. Yes. What you got here, buddy boy? I don't think I have one yet for this run. King prawn? I don't think you do. Campbell, Wolfia, Balto, Turnip, Keith, Zerite, Gamble, Guy for some guy. Killers, Omega Link, some for some guy. Elemus, Moldy, Cinder, Blitz, Xenos, Egg, Mila, and I don't think anyone has these three. Oh, Blitz again. Chato and Chato for that one. Blitz. Yeah. Chato and Chato. Amy! Seconds have opened. Yes, you may come in for seconds. I don't want to fuck around with the trainers just yet. They're kind of scary. Okay, my brother is mopping. I used way too much pine sol. That's what the smell was. He's trying to gas you out. The whole house will be dead by the end of the night. Alright, let's not put Dork up front. Dork's got plenty of levels. You don't be so greedy, you little fucker. Share a little bit. Let's put H2O up. H2O, you need some more moves, I tell ya. Might take you to the move teacher guy. H2O needs an education, chat. Right. Oh no, my Pikachu hat is ruined! No! Wait. I gotta take the Pikachu hat off. I love that my glasses don't sit right. You can just see my eye poking out the side. Oh, there we go. Squad shades. Confirm. Here we go. All right, now I'm equipped. H2O, time for your education. What do we got? Anything good? Iron Head seems alright. Oh. Goodbye. Okay, I just reread that. I reread same message 6 times. Yes. It's like me trying to read a fucking textbook. I still want to do some more leveling before I fuck around in this town. It scares me, the fact that there's some wild Pokemon that are like level 25. Even if they're few and far between, I have no flying type moves. It's just headbutt the goddamn thing. That works. Wait, I didn't heal him! Oh, I'm an idiot! I'm stupid! Mata. You're fine! What's the worst thing that can happen from being underleveled? Right! Nothing bad ever came from being underleveled. Nothing bad ever. Alright, let's fuck around with this trainer. You challenging me, a Team Rocket member? Foolish child! They're too close to my level, Chad. I don't like it. Gunnar! How you doing? Reggie Runt. Oh, I sure wish I knew what Reggie that was. Steel Ice. Door. Edge. So close to the next level. It's like right there. It hurts me. One little fucking nudge and you would have made it. Wrong fucking thing. Alright, old lady, don't kill me, please. I have a feeling this old lady has killed a run before. I'm pretty sure she has murdered me before. Oh look, that's a Darkrai Rolls. Beautiful. Amazing. Headbutt the fucking thing. Out of H2O. Sick him! Imagine if you're wearing a Team Rocket outfit, you can yoink the losing teams. Oh my god, I wish I would have taken that Darkrai Road. So that's gonna be like a goth waifu later down the line. Ice Fang? You? No. Thank you, Edna. Nope, no, we're not fighting again. I was hoping you would give me your Pokemon. Surprised I've never made a Team Rocket spin-off. Yeah, like Pokemon themselves didn't make a spin-off. I have downloaded a Team Rocket game that again is based on Fire Red Leaf Green. Ugh, they're always Fire Red Leaf Green based. Can we have some fucking Emerald based or something instead? Maybe some Diamond and Pearl based? Why is it always Fire Red Leaf Green? Boring! Same shit over and over again! Ah! Would sell so well, right? I still want to play Pokemon, what's it called? XD, DX, or whatever it is. Gale of Darkness. Oh look, it's a Growly. I want to play that one. I never got to play that one, and I hear a lot of people sing its praises for being one of the best stories in a Pokemon game. A run! I wanna play it! I just gotta sail the correct 7 seas without getting a virus. H2O, you struggled with a child's Pokemon. What are you doing with your life? What are you doing with your life? It's something special. I know nothing about it, honestly. All I know is you get an Espeon or an Umbreon or like an evolution early on or something as like a starter. I don't remember about as much as I have knowledge of it. And a black Lugia or something like that. That's all I know. Oh fuck, I didn't realize this lady was fightable. The story of the Pokemon game is pretty low bar, I know. Black and White, in my opinion, was one of the best stories that they had. They had the bones of a good story in X and Y, but they kind of flumped it, in my opinion. Venoshock? Oh, he's nasty. Diglion. I wish I knew which evolution that was. The Espeon, could be Umbreon, could be any of them. Ah, okay. Oh, it's Empoleon. I remember you, you ugly fuck. I remember you. Oh, I should have known that one. Okay. I'm alive! I'm alive? I'm alive! I'm still alive! I ain't thrown shit! I'm alive! I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive! Imagine getting your run ended by something as unserious as this. Shut up! We're alive! Who died? You died, you died. I think you died. I gotta double confirm who's dead. Alright, you're dead? Okay. Fine. This is fine. All within plans. Yes. You were a dead body as well? Yes, yes, okay. Okay. Is this whip? We good? Yep. 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 Everything's good. Everything's okay. Okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You're overthinking it, chat. You're overthinking it. There we go. It's good. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. That's okay. Well, within expectations. Anyway, let's get yeah. Oh, why not? I'll put you in there too. Ah! I mean, your sprite is still alive, ain't you? Ooh, buddy. The taupe sprite I made is now gone. Yeah, well, look, this is a stealthy Nuzlocke. You should expect better. Wait, there's a free Pokemon to be had around here. You. Get out of my way. Not that guy. Touch it, touch it! Blah, blah, blah. Yep. Okay. I literally just gotta take you for like a quick loop-de-loop and then you're satisfied. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, so they finally fixed this quest where you actually could like walk it around a little bit more. Because normally you would just take it out of the room and it would be ready to go back. Alright, we talk to her once more. Okay, so she actually makes me go around the city now. Not just back and forth a couple of times. Alright, let's take you for a little loop-de-loop, little one. that she handed her Eevee over to a fucking Team Rocket member. You've got heaps of energy. How much do I gotta take you for walkie-walkies now? Get out of the way, hag! Alright, time to take you back. Heading back. Oh. Alright. Let's see what this thing gives me. Up, stat! Thank you. Why is it always daylight up here? Yeah, here's Jackalow! Oh, there's an egg? Yeah, but it's gonna be one of those little why nots, whatever they're called. I got a fucking what? A Sunma? Oh, yay. Yay. Sunma nuts. Make certain you Sunma nuts every day, chat. Eat that vitamin D. Oh shit, didn't mean to do that. Go back. Anyone want a Sunma? Anyone at all? You saw your performance and it's considered as non-threatening. Excuse me? Does it have a release date for Subnautica 2, or is it literally just like, oh, sometime 2026 maybe if they stop suing each other? She had Sunmer. It feels like she's giving it to you on purpose. She's like, fuck this thing, bro. Mikan, you really wanna be this creature. Oh, buddy. Pity she seeks its death. Or Xboxinification. Living box? Put me balls in me box! Oh my god, Mikan! What the fuck? What are the chances? Oh my god! So lucky! Everyone else really wanted that Pokemon. But you won the Pokemon! And it's going in my box. I'll check it out in a minute. You'll find out what it is. I really need to get that stupid rare candy cheat again. Alright, what's your face look like? Oh, look at you. You ain't got no thoughts behind them eyes. None. Zippity zero. I think the first sprite that we had is better. On the bright side, Mikan will be safe in the box. No. Outside of Stealthy's hand of death, though, will one day come in clutch when you least expect it. Elsie, can we add the Absol sprite in the future channel? I'm so proud of the portal. Absol sprite. You mean for Dork? Oh, burp is stuck. Oh. Alright. Real quicky sticky. So let's just put that sprite on in there. Window, graphics, custom battlers, sprites to import. Yeah. And then reboot the game again. me wingless sprite? Because Stickbug, you want the auto-generated sprite? You got mental health problems, but fine. Alright. Yep. Okay. That didn't work. Okay. Okay, there it is. I was gonna fucking say! Why does it look like that? Why are the pixels all... Go here. How did you make this, H2O? Why is it all squiffy like that? Why does it do this? Bruh. Trying to zoom in on the fucking thing. See, the pixels aren't pixeling. Got what we call mixels. Like, the design is really good, but why we have mixels? Sorry, in the times of AI, I have to be suspicious. Made it with 3D? How the fuck did you make it with 3D? Especially around, you can't see it very well here, but you see around the face, it's got really bad mixels. They have to carry auto-suspicion. Ain't 3. There's the 4th leg, the leg in the back. Mission. What's a mixel? It's essentially what pixel artists call, what is a mixel is essentially, instead of every pixel being the same size, like here you see the game roll back, every little square, every little pixel is the same size. Then we move over to this, and you got like, you got this size pixel, and then you got really, really tiny pixels, and then you got big pixels. Pixels. And they should all be the same size. And here it's all the same size pixel. Same size pixel. Pixels. It's not unusual to see mixels with these auto-gen sprites because it's literally like 2 different generations of art smooshed together, so they kind of end up a nightmare. Nothing to like making me a stick bug. Never be stick bug. Where are you? Can't believe you want to be the auto-gen one. Huh! Huh! You were right about the whole stick bug thing, though. They should have made a stick bug version. Fair enough. If you use marker, it smears its most. Yeah, that's that big a thing. Schmudges. Oh, I'm slow. There we go. Okay. Now. At least my other guys aren't too far behind on levels. I mean, it could be worse. It could be so much worse. Let's give this to a Mega Link. I got delay on my headphones. Audio delay! Oh, hello, Leroy! What is it you here? Punch it. I don't know. Oh,
Thanks,
wait, I can't hit it with
for
fire.
the sub. Welcome to my garden.
Blah, blah! Ow! You wank! He has flash fire, so I can't even hit him with a fucking fire type move, but I also can't run. This is great. Getting off to a good start. Ah! damn it. Bravo! Made a mouse! They have many shops! Oh, the shops! Oh my fucking god. Lit Row, you pain in my ass! Can I swap Pokemon now? Please. What is your type, bitch? Yay, I can swap! Go, yeah, suck my dick. Flying type hurts fighting, by the way, yeah, but I couldn't swap it out. It wouldn't let me move him out of the battle. It was stock right and solid. Oh, Jesus, hello, fuck. Okay! Oh my god. I just want some levels, bruh! They keep putting me to sleep. Messing with my shit. Ah! It's the butter champ that is the rawnest toast. Excuse you. I will kill this just fine, thank you very much. With fire. Oh, fuck you, sleep powder, butter champ. Wonder if he's all oiled up. They should have, like, oiled him up a bit more. Ow! Fuck! Stupid ass! Now they're all asleep. Ow! Do I have any awakenings? Ugh, I have full heals, but that feels like a waste. Paralysis, sleep. The sewers would be nice. Erica is usually a big help grinding. Oh, I suppose you got a point. Maybe I should head down there instead. Oh, for fuck! Oh, you bastards! Putting me to sleep! Pain in my ass! Hate them all. Oh yeah, I have a flute! I forgot about my flute! One time I don't do something in game. Oh, come here. Meow, meow. I wonder if my rival will notice me dressed up as a Team Rocket member. I wonder. Let's find out. You. Got that 3. Oh look, free stuff. Oh, I know I don't want the TV head. Hello. Another grunt. Don't scare me. I can't handle. she does this. She thinks I'm just another grunt. I just got bitch slapped by the Gyarados. I love that. I don't know what my favorite. Do I have a favorite outfit? No, I don't. All right, let me change my clothes real quick. Surely she'll recognize me in this.
Be afraid, you should not.
No,
Take
no, no. Fuck. Go away! Ah! The banana peeling noise. I didn't even click on it, just autoplayed. Nice. It's your banana, grandma! Did you get Pokemon Z? No, I didn't. Burn in hell. I ain't getting my money for that game. Way overpriced for what you get.
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
Blah 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 blah. Anything's something writing in the organization. God, she apps. Hello. Come on, come to be proud. Holy crap! I come back and you killed four. Shut up. Shut up, all right? And we're not talking about what the Pokemon look like that killed them all either. How are they walking with a swing? Don't ask questions, just accept that they fucking flying around by God. They swing as well, look. Swings back and forth. I'm actually in high speed, so it looks weird. Damn it! Alright. I really, like, I don't want either of these. I'll be perfectly fucking honest with you. Alright, Shell Buff, please don't kill Skittic, because I would like to try and get myself the Skittic. Thank you. It's just a Grimer, yeah. There's always, because it's an odd number, there always is one Pokemon here in the sewers that is literally just, like, unmerged. And it looks like this time around, it's just a Grimer. Alright, let's get this little Skittic. Boy, excuse me! No shadow buff! No. Excuse you. So, Rick, what do you mean? Hey, Shell Buff! Enough of that! Alright, never mind. Didn't want it anyway! No, we're not learning Swift. Look at he swing! He swing! I met his swing! Thought I was very smart about that. Very clever. Aw, little I left you! He's so cute! Ow. Honestly, this is kind of a horror game. I'm just floating behind you, ominously watching. Please don't kill no one! Ow. Fuck you, minimized Grimer. I'm so underleveled compared to Shell Buff. Well, you're level 30, I'm level 25. It's so sad. Sad life I live. King Brawn, help me level up, please. I need it. And I don't want to face any grunts until I'm higher level. I don't want to lose anyone else. What the fuck? Oh, he's drooling. He got the yellow goobies coming out of his mouth too. Oh lordy. Oh, he's water and grass type. Ew. Heck it, I guess. Oh, fuck you and your fucking sleep banner! Fuck me drunk. Always with the fucking sleep banner. Fucking fuck. Ah. Ay. No buff is like 2 baby Pokemon. Any remotely strong enemy is gonna eat it. I don't know, Shell Buff seems to be handling themselves just fine, simply because I'm the one that keeps getting hit. I don't have any flying type moves, just my luck. Yeah. Oh my god. Glucepod. Just die, please. Please just, like, die. Emergency exit, you fucking pussy. Ellie, I love you, but I hope to be a run for particular. What? You're my healer! You're not allowed to then kill me later on. No, oh damn it. I was meant to hit the stupid skidding. I'm very slowly getting these levels. This is very slow progression. I'm feeling it. I think it doesn't help there's lots of baby Pokemon around here. I surely would love... Ow! What was I gonna say? I don't know. There's something that I would love, but I don't know what it is. Ah! Alrighty! Oh, we're alive. It's fine. Rare candies. That's not what I was gonna say, but I will say I would love some rare candies. Let's pull a grumble. Grumble. A, B, C, D, F, G. Grumble. Da da da. You both have flying type moves. Look, me drunk. Yeah, let's get you out of here, Jackal. Oh, just real quick. Just real quick. Just for a little while. Pretty sure they were active. Also electric types, weren't they? So. Oh, brother! Damn, I forgot about how Rocket really was. Time for a re-education. Uh-oh, shell buff's going down. Shell buff is down. What else you got for me, King Prawn? A menu. Oh, why he pose like that? Hey, that was my enemy, bitch. The grunts get paid in steppies? You'll have to bring it up with Great Krelly. We'll have to bring it up with Hippie Krelly. With them hips. A super repel! Hello again, Skitty. Skitty. Jackal could really use an evolution sometime soon. That'd be nice! The level does Marchop evolve into Marchamp. Or whatever the thing is called. Whatever you steal, have to send back to HQ. Can't keep, just like real Team Rocket grunts. Yeah, you just the legwork. 28. 28? What are we guessing here? At least 20. Oh, the evolution. Okay. Okay. Two more levels. Two more levels. I actually did my math wrong and I was gonna say 3 more levels, but I'm just stupid, so. It evolves when it has enough levels. Wow, Azura, you're so fucking smart! Never would have guessed that. What the fuck? That happened, Twig? What the fuck is the little hand on a stand, bruh? I don't like that. I do not like that. This is weird. Kinda creepy. I don't like it. Fucking weird. Inks and Citron is one of my favorite fusions for the name Shitterus. Oh my god, I had a Cunny. Pyko, my favorite is a Cunny. And always will be a Cunny. I will admit. Ooh, shell buff, you scared me. I thought you were me. You're not stupid. Just mentally overburdened. All I can think about is placing dots. I will admit. Where the fuck am I supposed to be going? I haven't been paying attention. Instead, I've just been running back and forth thinking about levels. Oh, look, come. Oh, okay. That hurt like a bitch, man. Alright. Who's letting wake up slap? Who's that? You. Yeah, sure, why not? What was the gunny again? It was a Lopani crossed with what? I don't even remember what it was crossed with. Why are we suddenly in the Castelia sewers? Don't question it, just accept that this is the way. It is the way. Actually, it's a bit dangerous for Jackal here with those mud bombs getting around. I think I might. Oh, I don't have any. I still don't have anyone that's very good at dealing with ground type. Oh, alrighty! But I don't want to risk my only fire type. Okay. Del Buff, can you like do something? You're not really being very helpful right now. The fairy line? Could have been. Oh, I gotta go this way. Uh-oh. Cureborn! That's right! It was Cureborn Lapone! Holy gopper, Jesus! What the fuck? Why does a random grunt have Darkwaza? Eh? Ellen! Dork! Oh, boy, am I glad I put Dork out. Jesus. That creepy smile. Is it just me, or is that smile kind of remind me of Don the Don? Alright, the fucking evil god is dead. Now we just kill the Coomer. Glopani? You gloppin'? Glopani? Never forget about the one double battle in Gen 4 with an Onyx and a Cloister. Hey, yo. Can I have your death creature? Can I? No? Okay. I feel like I deserve it after defeating you, but sure. It's dark out there. And I'm poisoned. Wonderful. You better bless the body! Yeah! Because it had the little Cubone skull. Oops, shit, who's learning this? Chip away. The foe's stat changes to the Poison Fang, who learned that? Oh, you. Biddy! I feel like forgetting wing attack because at least I got stab on the poison, whatever the fuck. Ooh, warm air. I love sniffing warm air that comes through fucking sewage vents. You sniff it. Oh, I come from the Bass Pro Shop! Keep your Bass Pro Shop and leave, thank you. It was nice knowing you. Never come back. What's your problem, Scramble? Huh? You got a problem?
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass. Make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Bass Pro Shop.
What you think it was? Doesn't ever shitty have a big ass pyramid by the mud. Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some history. Antic men, the Egyptians like a million centuries.
gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, looking cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass in it, makes me wanna fish. Yeah, I have to prophesize in all the hieroglyphics. It's a blood city non-stop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Are you happy now? Fucking. I got a bird. Oh, hey, Calamus! When did you slide in? Well, that's cool looking. Ponyura and also Nidoma. That is not a custom sprite. Lies! Jackal is in danger here. Let's put Nork in. Alright, my ADHD is too dangerous. I have to put this marcher away. I kept it in front of me this whole time because I have recently discovered that my cat is obsessed with fucking oat milk, but matcha is dangerous for him because caffeine. So I left it in front of me in the hopes that the cat wouldn't stealthily try to fucking drink my matcha again. It spills in one stream. Sure. Alright, I saved it before it spilled. Even though it did get a lot of tilt on it, which just happened to be quite low. I just happened to have drunk a lot of it already. I'm paying attention, Grimwall. Yes, I'm smiling for once. At least someone's smiling in here. I'm so excited. Stealthy is saving all the bits she gets from this to buy a plane ticket to the US to go to the pyramid. Oh, hell nah. Oh, hell nah. All the money that I'm getting from streams recently is going straight back into streaming stuff, trying to get commission certain things for my 2.0 debut, like music and animated scenes and emotes and sub badges and other stuff, because if I make it all myself, I don't have enough time. My focus is on model and lore video and certain emotes. Whoa, Jackal, damn. Lay off the roids, buddy. Lay off the roids. Double kick, you say? No. Over the roids. Hi, good times. How you doing? And Animals, how you doing as well? Hey, hi ho, hi ho. Hey ho, hi ho, hi ho. I can't flap my wings, chat. It's there's no wing flappies. You know the amount of temptation I get regularly to just pull SSB's model out and pretend it's me for a little while just so I can bounce, and there's actually something that happens when I fucking bounce in my chair. I just want to bounce, but you can't tell that I'm bouncing. Oh, it looks like it's my model is looking up and down ever so slightly. There's no bounce! Ah! Joke is quite a name. Oh yeah, it is. Out with your fuck ass mud bum. Or help. I do also love how I advise you to give different eye color. You got the, was it the red and the blue, I think? I do! Like, there's nothing happening. It's just a little bit of nodding going on. No flappies, no nothing. Look. Box. Set to dry. No, not right now. I want... Ah! No! What the... Oh, God!
Hey there, boyo! Lovely day for
That's what my cone is really for, is just protection from that fucking thing. And we're jerking the chicken! Now the chicken jerks you. You wanna eat this KFC? Eat my cock! Literally. Look at these little baby Pokemon. I'm just gonna run from these guys. There's no... I can't run away. Are you shitting me? I couldn't run away? Are you kidding me? They're tiny little baby Pokemon that aren't gonna give me any fucking EXP. What a waste. Waste of time. I apologize. No, you don't. Kentucky choking chicken. Here. Boop. Alright. All set up, ready to go. Let's go. Let's make it wet, chat. Oh, hello, Yara Slash. Funny seeing you here again, buddy. Right, water type, water type, water type, water type, water type, water type, water type. Oh, he's shrinky. Oh. Hey, 3D fucks it over! Is it like when you're trying to scale it or whatever, it's fucking it up? And you get weird mixels from that sometimes. I learned that the hard way. Not a waste of life, but of time. Sorry, you guys probably hear me tapping on the desk. It's my fidgets, cause when I bounce, I ain't getting no bounce. So I'm tapping to try and stop the bouncing. ADHD go brrrr. Alright, we're flooded. We're flooded! I'm just so flooded, chat! Alright. Anyway. Back on task. He's drowning. Fucking every time Jackal comes out next to Shelba. What did you say about my friend? Hamchoke looks like a first episode shonen villain. You know, the one who gets a one shot after the main character gets. Yes! 100%! He causes the main character's backstory, essentially the whole reason why the main character gets stronger or whatever. And then they're like a nobody later down the line.
Oh, SP, it's so cute, like a baby.
Burn the turtle. That's a double turtwig. That's like double the death. That's why no cheese on his burger. Jackal protect. I tested it with sprites already in the game and it fucks them over as well. So now I'm looking into some stuff and other apps on the Discord. Ooh. I burn you. I burn the SP though. I need Jackal in top physical form. Fuck! The fuck? Excuse you? There we go. Just take me. Free stuff! Black sludge! Wow, I sure do wish I needed that for something. Which I don't. Yield eradicate. All that effort for some sludge, for some literal muck shit. Only reason I'm doing these battles is because I do still need levels. Ah! Jackal might get swapped out soon though. Might swap Jackal for... Let's go a Mega Link. Let's try it all out. Okito! Alright, fight him! Get him! Get him, Omega! Ow. Kill him! Fight him! Spam the button! Ah! Okay. Erica had a fucking earthquake, so the grinding was quick. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like I'd end up, more of my Pokemon end up dead than the enemies Pokemon. You know, I don't think that'd go down too well for me. Just gonna say it. Speaking of not going down too well, this is not a very good pair up for me. Get the Polybish! I love it's just a little Poliwag in a plastic bag. It's kind of cute. Get him, Omega. Fuck him up. Get the ball. Ah, Pippi! I love finding malverosity medications in the sewers. Definitely safe to take, kids. Always take the strange medication you find in the sewers, kids. What a good... Free meds? Yeah! Free pee-pee up! Just for you! Just for you! Right. Ah, fuck! God damn, that thrash! To be thrashing. Absolutely no side effects. Yes, please, American. I was thinking the other day how fucked I would be if I was in America with this autoimmune disease that I have. I would be screwed. I wouldn't be able to afford my medication. I would straight just die. Like, I'd just die. It's thousands of dollars in America, and I have to get it every month and take it every day. I wouldn't straight. I'd just be dead. I'd just be fucking dead, God. You would be dead or homeless then die. I wish I could make a joke. Yeah, I would. I definitely would. Just that. You would need your wife to finance you to live. Wait, I have a wife? Holy shit, I didn't even know I was gay. Crowley! You talking about Crowley? My wife? Crowley, my wife now? Don't finance me, Crowley. You carry me, Crowley? Carry me through the afterlife. You are in love boat with her 3 times! Yep. She's technically like, does that mean I'm kind of cheating on her, but not really, but kind of am, but kind of am not? I attacked the wrong Pokemon with my poison stick, poison fang like an idiot. Ooh, shell buff. I got bumped! Alright, let's knock this down. Good stuff. Oh my god, with the fucking Gyara slashes! Brr. Deal with him first before he kills everyone. Uh-oh, he's got me in a twister. I might be in trouble. No, not the fucking Grimer! Fuck! The Gyara slash! The Gyara slash! The Gyara slash! Please! 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 Oh, fuck me. Okay. Okay, I can switch it. I can switch out. I'm safe. In the same version, but clone is not cheating. I just dress up each clone slightly differently, get them to dye their hair differently. Dork. Kill him dead. No. Okay. Praise be to King Prawn, aka the Erica, keeping me alive.
Look at this puppy with his little belly out. You're so cute. I scratched your little chest.
And he's literally just laying on the bed with his belly out for no reason. He's so fucking cute. I love my puppy. My poor sister, she made the mistake of getting a Rottweiler. And the mistake is that it's literally eating her house. It is chewing every little piece of wood it can find. It's chewing through fences, it's chewing through wooden doors, it's pulling up the carpet and eating the underlay of the carpet. I was like, I don't know what you expected when you got yourself a Rottie, but this is what happens. So I must educate her in the ways of crate training because she kept refusing to do it. She was just like, no, it's cruel. I'm like, Sissy Mouse, you have no choice. You literally you either let the dog keep to eat the house or you crate train. Like make your decision now, Queen. Or otherwise you'll be forever struggling. Alright, let's send dog out. Rottweiler! Yeah, what? Oh, yeah, Rottweiler. Fuck off. Rottweiler. Fuck your Weiler. Fuck your Weiler. Alright, now let's get rid of this muck. Yeah, burp. Stuck. Alright. I can't hit the fucking thing. Hit it! Thank you. Oh, and I'm poisoned. It's bedtime! I hope you have many more. Hey! You like that? You fucking jinx me. Fuck. Alright, Dork has to get swapped out. Alright, good stuff. Actually, I want to see progress, so do I. I feel like I've been doing here already. Oh, I just choked on my own saliva doing that. Here we go, another Crowley combo. Go away, you guys are annoying. Mommy, there's someone in the sewers. What the fuck? Oh, poor little Bastion. Here we go. Oh, what the fuck? No, little goatee! Buddy! Bro. It's so weird looking. Ow, what the fuck? Why are they all aiming for a Megaling? This is not fair. Look at those lips, bro. Why? I'm too distracted by the goatee and the hairstyle. What does Hex do again? This relentless attack does massive damage to a target affected by status problems. That was good chip away, I guess? Ow. Alright, so we ain't got really any defense on him. Good stuff. Okay, you're a level 29 now, so let's put H2O up. My audio is so behind on my headphones. No, I'm not leaving. They know if they end you, they won. Don't need to wipe them out. Must wipe them all. Ah. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Alright, I always go left, so I'm gonna go right this time. Ooh, buddy. Oh my god, the audio delay. Blip, 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 blip. So weird. I got a free revive that I'm never gonna fucking use. Yay! Alright, looks like I gotta battle that dude no matter what. Oh, no I don't! Aha! Oh, yeah. See, Mr. McGee. Ball. Audio delay. Fight those two! No, I'm scared! I don't know I gotta fight Big Boss after this. I gotta fight Mr. Lobster in a minute. I don't want to.
Hey, smell nice.
Pose. I know I'm under level, but that's part of the problem. Ah! What's your type, Edge, again? You're flying steel type. Fuck your rough skin, dude. And he swaggered me. Dork! Help! You looking like at me like that for gummy, huh? Huh? Get him, Dork. Get him. Happy Meal! Me. And the level. Me. Oh, it's so cute! A little Bringsney. I don't know. No. Not very effective, but he's doing his job. Wait, you're so cute with your little belly out. Oh, you're so cute. You're just a baby. You're so cute, little baby. Hitman lurk? You're okay. My guy, okay?
Stealthy mouse.
Stupid.
Skipping battles means no XP. You'll be underleveled and doomed to fail in mandatory fights. Stop being lazy and learn how to play. Bow down to the Froggy Queen for guidance, or keep failing. Ribbit.
I wanna! Why is that slash so loud? I love that Hitman lurk. That is the kindest Chatter-san has been. Meow. Pokemon makes you think I'm hallucinating the black and white one, right? Because of the mixels. It's like, what the fuck is going on? The Jeep must scratch. Oh, yeah. It's good stuff. Yeah. Alright, anyway, sorry. Got distracted. Oh, kisses! Damn it, Pission! Ow! Basically, I'm just kissing people. Rototoad. Rotom. Polytoad. Combo. Technically, I could leave Dork out and keep fighting with Dork, but I want other guys to get levels, but... Was that probably gonna be electric water or something like that? I'll let Omega have a try. Wish could have pet this for you. Oh, look at him, his little antenna. Ow? Oh god, he's gonna keep piling up that. Oh fuck. Who's gonna die? Ah! Worth it. A sea twig. Okay. Gagged on my own saliva again. I gotta stop doing that. Every 5 seconds, I'm like choking on my own saliva. Remember to swallow stealthy. Oh, water type. Right. Oh. Nothing wrong with me. cars now.
Okay, let's break the cars. Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with pregnant
Sonic.
I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. He's a hero and a mother natal glow like no one other. Pregnant Sonic. I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad that stepped up. Dr. Eggman is a no-good slut. Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with me.
Or is there? Alright, I bring my music back.
I'm gonna throw up.
I've got to throw up. You're fine, Prime. Calm down now. Calm down now. Are you too scared of the M-preg? That's right, you men can get pregnant too. Well, I was gonna do a thing before I did a thing, and I thought it was like a really smart thing to thing before I thinged, but I don't know what the thing was anymore. Oh, I think it was I was gonna move, yeah, EXP share over to Sir Boltzo. Okay, I figured it out. Big brain, big brain. Alright, let's go. Let's go, Dr. Go, let's go. Let's go, Dr. Go, let's go. Let's go, Dr. Go, let's go. Ah, no! Ah, fuck, I wasn't looking at the screen. I was looking at the wrong monitor. Eat, eat. There we go. Gotta go. Oh, you got me after I went past. What? Yes. Hey, hello there. That's slightly scary, I'm not gonna lie. Dragon type, you say. What happens if I use this? Okay. Oh! Fuck! Okay! Shit! I hope you haven't got pursuit in your arsenal. Ooh, that was a bit ouchy. Just in case there's a pursuit in there, I'm too scared to just run at the minute. Yes. Isn't it scary? I'm alive! No 07s is not necessary. Look, man, my skill, my strategies and shit. Okay? Shit's like that. I'm alive! What, you thought I was gonna let you die? Never! Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Bruh. Look, ball! A revive! Wow! Sure wish I could use that! Okay, my throat's gone all croaky. I got a frog in my throat and on my head. Stealthy, I'm sorry, I couldn't. Useless king prawn. Impressed you got here too. Nobody to worry for that old man to pick my time, but he got what he deserved for standing in the way of Team Rocket. You see, Team Rocket captures Pokemon from around the world, and they're important to actually, you're Mr. Lumps there. Oh, his song changed! Hello? Like a slow version? I love Dork looks like he's seen some shit. You bitch! Using a max potion is cheating! No, not the bow! I remember I used to have one of those Pokemon. I used to have an Umbreon Ghastly. Once upon a time, a Slownet. Slowbro Venonat, so Dork can stay out. Thunderpatch. Owie. I'm sorry, Stealthy. I was saving my good Pokemon for our battle. Yeah, sure. Hopefully ready to fight legendaries. The only time Lorb is threatening is when he's play acting as Giovanni. Mouse can have one thing! Swabtoad. Swablu. Holytoad. Probably good to leave. Oh god, indigestion. Dork out. Yep, thought so. Try to thunder punch me back, motherfucker! Finally got it! What did you get? Why he also got a cone? Oh shit, don't worry about it. No, we're not learning Mist. Give up on Mist. That is him done! He's still got his fucking dogs out. Dude is getting around barefoot. That you raise your Pokemon with utmost care. A child like you would never understand what I hope to achieve. Okay. A details-oriented child? You wouldn't get it. Don't mind the collection of dead bodies in the room. The slip scope! Yay! I get to go look at the ghosts. Rose with brown pants up to his froggy nipples. Cause I'm high fuck.
When the aliens be down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. What you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop, it's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some history. It took men, the Egyptians, like a million centuries.
Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this fish. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them prophesizing all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party at Bass Pro Shop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Party at Bass Pro Shop. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? Party at Bass Pro Shop. I don't understand.
Yeah, the Team Rocket base continues. I got a lift key, and there's more people. What is happening? Wait, if I change it to my outfit, hang on. Wait. Alright. How goes that? Alright, looks like it was here. Go ahead. Oh, this is the guy I was meant to talk to. I think. He's got blue hair. He looks like I was supposed to talk to him. Okay, Archer. Yes, it is you. Hello? I love I go from, like, defeating the fucking Team Rocket boss to, like, anyway, time to clock in for work. I'm glad I wigged him for you, Stealthy. You would be... Shut your yap. You did not. You'll do the job, but I warn you, don't expect me to be as gentle as Patrol. Things are a lot more serious here in the big city. Is you up for it? Well, here's your first mission under me command. We've had to recruit a lot of new grunts for the Slipco job, but our Pokemon supplier hasn't been able to keep up. I needed to go watch some new Pokemon to catch some new Pokemon to give to the new grunts. Go out in the outskirts of the city and catch 3 Pokemon with these rocket balls. 20 balls? Hell yeah. Make certain that you use the rocket balls and that all of them are at least level 20. I always assumed the rocket balls allowed them to catch Pokemon that were already owned by another Pokeball. I didn't assume that they just go, oh no, you have to make certain you catch your Pokemon with the right ball, otherwise the branding's ruined. Alright. Catch 4? Hey, he said 3! Am I being an overachiever? Let's fucking go. Hey, how do you think you're doing? This is going. I love that they never let me read the confidential documents until after I've done a few missions. I love that I'm an overachiever too. Catch 3. I'm gonna catch 4. Wait. There's some kid teamed up with the gym leader infiltrated the hideout. No, they can't be, right? We're about that. What's this? Nothing. This is box. Guessing that's after I deposit all the Pokemon that I catch for them. Okay, can I exit an easy way or do I gotta go around? I gotta go around. Great. B1. He did not say anything about a Bass Pro Shop. My titties move so much in this outfit, chat. Hang on a minute, I just noticed. I got big old fucking yitties here. Let me show you, chat. Hold the line, it's very important. I need to show you. Watch. Look at the, the R swaps back and forth. They just flipped the image when they made it. The rocket just gets flipped. Bruh. Alrighty. Let's go catch, who's that? 4 Pokemon. Ah, get out of my way! The Team Rocket. Yeah, let's get them a cutie patootie. Why not? Can I... See, I keep missing? Thank you! Jesus fucking Christ, dork. Get your shit out. Now don't die. Oh shit, never mind. Okay, let's... Hang on. Take 2! A little bit over-leveled. Let's try that again. I'm gonna go in here. See if I can get one of those buff Butterfrees. Yes! Butter Champ! Just who I was looking for, buddy! Don't make me hit you. I will hit you. I will fucking hit you, buddy. Who's gonna hit him? So Balto, maybe? Don't die, Sebalto. You don't have that dragon move. Headbutt. Headbutt. Thank you. Oh, come on! Thank you. Alright, now. Send Dork back in. He's less likely to fucking die. There we go. Perfect Team Rocket Pokemon. Just on in. You go in the box. Oh, Rocket 1. Sure, why not? Inner. Looks like it. Yes. Oh my god, there's so much lag on my headphones. Ah, Bluetooth. Alright, let's do this again, Mr. Joel Ring. Ow. Oh, he's paralyzed. Perfect. Easy! Easy, easy, easy. will you rocket do? What did I last save? Okay, so I lost me rockets. Okay, it looks like I saved just before I went out to catch Pokemon. Okay. Anyway, let's try this again. Interesting way. It just restarted. Ow. Whatever, bro. I don't think I can electrocute you. Wow, she managed to keep more alive since I left. Good, good, good. Am I improving? Alright, let me smack you real quick. Oh, no, mind, he dead. Okay, let's try again. Ahem! Oh, look, wait, did something happen? The game restarted itself for no apparent reason. That's what happened. Can you stop doing that, please, Walagon? I'm trying to catch you! Wow! Yeah, see, I got one of you guys as well, eh? Headbutt. Headbutt again. And again. I said and again! Thank you. Yeah. In the rocket ball. Oh my god. And now he's gonna roll out on me. Right. Get in the fucking ball! Thank you! Alright, I'll save after each catch then, because I don't want the game to reboot on me again. R1. Okay. So they're getting all water types out of me this time around. Wait, can I not paralyze you? Oh no, there we go. Ow, 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 ow. Alrighty, R2 acquired. I wonder how much I'm gonna get paid for this. R2. R2D2. Wait, I didn't save. I now save. Oh look, another Joel ring. You're the little fucker that killed it last time, so I'm not gonna, nah, not doing that. Okay, can you survive a night slash? Probably not. Yeah, no, you're dead. Rip, buddy. Rest in peace. No, Joel ring. No. Can I get another buff Butterfree, please? I'd really like a buff Butterfree. If we can get a single Picker Rock that can handle a Night Slash, I'll catch it. Oh my fucking god, Joel Ring, piss off! God damn! Yes, I'll hydrate. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about! And then I used Sir Bolto, headbutted it a couple of times. Get him in the red. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's what I like to see. I'll be that. Sorry, Cadrin. This thing is going to Team Rocket. I suppose technically I could name it after you anyway. But it's not going to be one of mine. You're going to belong to a rocket grunt. Aww. Look at you. Buff as fuck, boy. Good on. Wait, can I put your full name in there? Or will it just like... Sorry! Wait, how the fuck? C-Y-F-R-W-I-S. Yeah, I can put the whole thing in there. Let's go. Alright, how many is that? That's 3. And one more. One more! Oh, for fuck's sake, Joel Ring, go away. Oh, I'm asleep, my bad. One final Pokemon that's not Joel Ring. He wants so bad. He wants it so bad. Alright, I'll let him have it as long as he doesn't kill the goddamn game again. You water type? You are, so I can't really put you up to weaken him. Alright, don't make me have to work too hard for this, because then you won't get it, buddy boy! Come on, Joel Ring. Don't be a little bitch now. I'm gonna headbutt this bitch. Oh no, he died. What a shame. Oh, not that bag. I want to heal. Alright, Dork. Come on, we gotta get one more. Oh, Dork looking good now. Yeah, this one's a custom sprite H2O made. You can thank H2O for this beautiful form. Alright, we got another Butter Champ. Alright, you guys are pretty easy to catch, so let me do that. Ow, fuck, Silverwind. Another one? How the fuck? They have shit aim. How did you get 2 Silverwinds in a row, bro? God, all the buff ups from the okay, never mind. Sir Bolto's a bit of an overachiever. Oh, buddy. I thought Silverwind had shitty accuracy. Oh, I'm an old game I'm thinking of. Get in the fucking bowl, Butter Champ. What the fuck, Butter Champ, dude? You're not even struggling. You little fuck. To PC, give a nickname. You are R4. Too strong for ball, big power, big muscles. He's all like lubricated from the butter too, so he's just like sliding his way back out. Alright, I heal. And then I go back to the base. To the base, to the base, to the base, to the base. Alright. Now. Yeah, it's me, fuck it. Okay, dokie. Oh, no, what I meant to do. Get rid of Sir Bolto so he doesn't get mixed up. And where's my other one? Who was it? R2. Am I crazy? Or R1, and then, okay, so that's all of them. Okay, we go. Get the fuck out of my way, Krelly. No, I didn't mean to read, my bad. Yep, that's alright. Yes! Wait, what? Huh? What do you mean R2 can't be? But I named all these guys. Because it's under level... Yeah, but those guys are over level 20. Oh, he's got an item. At least level... Oh, okay. Fine! No. Wait, I got a rare candy. I'll just fucking cheat it. I ain't doing this shit. Here you go, R2. See if level 20 is enough or if it's gotta be 21. Okay, there we go. First, I want to steal R4's item. Give me that. Thanks for the silver powder, whatever that does. Okay. Yes. Yes, it'll be perfect. There are still 2 left to catch. Yes. I've caught like 4 of them because the quest told me to do another one. So I did 4. All right. Okay. Why did the quest say 4 if it was only 3? Bruh. Oh look, a coffee spawned in. What the fuck? Why did a coffee spawn in? Dude, just let me read it. Grunts! Kitten! Hey, why does Krelly not have to line up? What the fuck? Favoritism! So now that you've all received your Pokemon, I have a mission to assign you. Why am I one of the 3 that received a Pokemon, bro? Game Corner's supply of TMs has been running low. As you know, the Game Corner is vital to finance our operations in the city. Now it's just so happens the department store is expecting a new shipment from TMs this week. I will need you to intercept the shipment and then to pose as the delivery person and deliver these fake TMs instead. Yo, we gotta get the burnt discs. Fuck yeah. TM0 is away. Then we'll keep all of the real TMs to ourselves and that'll be none the wiser. I wonder if this will affect me later when I try to buy a TM. Boost bug type moves. Ah, what's R4 holding? It was a silver dust. This type unacceptable. This will be the perfect place to intercept it without anyone seeing you. I will need your thread to stay posted there. You'll only get 1 chance at this, so don't miss it. Interception. The TM shipment to the store poses delivered person to deliver fake TMs. Go now, don't. Okay. Well, looks like I'm throwing a Pokemon out. Yippee! Sorry, R1. Release me. Release my body. Something like that. La 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 la. Alright, done and done. Everyone's back in? Everyone's back in. Good to see, good to see, good to see. I have some Team Rocket balls for no reason. Love it. Wait, do I still have the balls? Yeah, I do! Alright, let me out of here. Wait, it's the middle of the night. Perfect. For a heist. Where am I meant to intercept this shipment exactly? I was not exactly paying attention when they said to intercept. Ooh, buddy, I sure wish I paid attention to that. Where do I go? What, buddy? Huh? It's you! You're the one who infiltrated our hut! Wait, what? Hey, what? Ah! Oh, shit. Busted! Oh, I might be in trouble. What the fuck? Right, okay. Ooh, buddy. Oh god. Oh, okay, no. I can do this. I can do this. We got this. We got this. Ah, it's a spray. Ah! Oh, rip Omega. Doesn't matter. Necro 9 is down. Who's loading crunch? You are. Okay. Yeah, sure. Who's loading Brian? It's you again. I wasn't paying enough attention. I'm scared that he's gonna have pursuit. Please do not have pursuit. Ah, but Subalto is such a low level, he's not gonna do much. Fuck! Please don't have, like, magnitude or something like that, because I will cry. I'll confuse it first. Youch, dork. Alright, he has a confusion now. This is something. I don't know. Fuck you and your fucking acid spray, you bastard! Stop it! Oh god, now he's stockpiling. I got this. Only one death. It's not bad considering what I was up against. Fuck it. Yeah, you run like a pussy. Man! Fuck's sake. Every Pokemon I pull out to try and use for this gym ends up dead! Fucking dead! Ah, what the fuck? Hang on. Things are being weird in the back rooms. Legit heal. So, hey man, I'm alive. Who fucking cares? I'm still alive. I was just trying to find this stupid shipment. I did not expect to get jumped. I was not set up for it. This is bollocks. I finally got him to the level that I needed to. What a pain in my ass. Bye, Omega. Hey. Ugh, now who? I don't want melee. I don't want to bring Do I bring turnip in? I'm so tempted to bring turnip in, man. No. I know they're only a level 5, but they'll level up quickly, I'm sure. Nope. Ooh, got worried for a second there. I thought I released my EXP share. I was not gonna be happy. Okay. Wow, look at that collection of headstones. This run is doing great. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Do I have to go into the store, maybe? Where are they? Hello? Where are the grunts? Quest journal. Ongoing. Yeah. Oh, an Amber. Right. What the fuck is wrong? Why is he high-stepping? Gotta get your workout in, lads. How the fuck do I pose the delivery person? Happy shopping. All right, where do I buy clothes in this place? Because normally you would do it in a specific section of a Pokemon, but doesn't seem like they have one. Yeah. Oh, how are you, cutie? It's been a while. Coffee! It's been alright. It's been alright. I'm alive. I'm kicking. The others might not be kicking, but that's beside the point. Oh, so here's what I get close. Why does that look like a cookie? Why does that keyboard look like a cookie? What? Honey?
Shatter Sugar with a party of 31? How entertaining. Welcome to the Froggy Kingdom. Just remember, you're in Shadow Sand's realm now. Bow down to the queen, or prepare for some froggy chaos. Enjoy your stay.
Weekend? Oh, and Desi, what the fuck?
Dying Desi with a party of 12? What a crowd. Welcome to the Froggy Chaos.
What a crowd!
Just remember, you're all under Shadow Sand's rule now. Bow down and enjoy the madness, or face my froggy wrath. Ribbit.
Am I dead? Maybe? Maybe! You might be straight. You might actually be dead. And yeah, Omega, you died too. Look, in my defense, you should have been better. You should have been a better Pokemon. You should have done better. Welcome, Raiders. How was streams? Chat there. That's it. What were you guys up to? About a wonderful stream. Shut there. And that's it. Halloween was yesterday. Okay, so I'm not crazy. If you ask me, November 1st is Halloween day 2. That's kind of how it works out for me normally anyway, because America versus Australia. I mean, so I'm a native to Sinnoh. I do believe I have one. Oh, I thought I had. Okay, never mind. I thought I had one on me, but apparently not. Played some Pokemon Pinball. I haven't played Pokemon Pinball in forever. I remember having it on my Game Boy Advance. Violently butchered by a Magikarp. I can't remember who killed Astra and how. Would you like to purchase a hat? What the hell, the Roserade mask? I need an outfit for dressing up like Delivery Man. None of that is Delivery Man vibes. Original or RS? Was RS? I'm playing the Pokemon since you can't You guys need to do better. You're supposed to fill in for my flaws. Look at that floral dress. Flower. That's a jumper? It's a funny shaped jumper. Oh, fuck. Nothing here looks like a delivery person, man. have to go back to base and talk to someone and they'll give me the... I don't know, man. What does the delivery guy even look like in this fucking game? And in the clowns, welcome Laggy TK. Was only 9 level lower than them. I'm pretty certain you were up to scratch by the time I had you dead. Pretty sure you were much the same by the time you died. Alright, the hotel are here. I don't really care. Wait, this guy might give me stuff. A sleeping bag? Yeah. The fuck does the sleeping bag do? Hello? Is it like a heal item? Yo, do I get a cheat item? Or is this to like just cause a day-night cycle? Look like someone who delivered thanks. Thanks. Yeah, there's some really good input that you just did for me. Loving it. Mick fucking love it. Look, silver powder number 2. Mix. Wait. Invisible item. Yeah. Level 29, they were level 38? Did you? Oh yeah, they what killed you, Omega. Look, buddy, it was also a legendary. 5-8. Stream was fun. Did a late birthday stream played through Faith the Unholy. What the fuck is Faith the Unholy? What is that? And also, if you guys need a raid and run, I understand. I understand. Stream is exhausting, especially when you have to deal with those people. So, if you need a raid and run, I understand. I'm a perfectly understanding and humble person. I'm a very humble person. Fuck stealthy. Just use 2 hands, you numbnut. Fuck! Okay. Trash can? Sniffies. This is Route 16. Wait! I remember now! Hang on. Okay, hang on. I can catch Pokemon here. Where are all the cool Pokemon when I need them, huh? I love it! Oh, that's a mushroom. That's not a ball. I need a ball. I need more fusion balls. Oh, I thought I had it instantly for a second there. Get a ball! Faith the Unholy Trinity is an amazing trilogy of short horror games. Ooh, I see. Were they any good though? Did you get the jump scares? To be fair, it was a surprise fight, so I wasn't expecting it. Oh wait, Ginger Cinder is just fucking beefing up right now. She's been hit with the steroids. Who wants to be a swoopster? Sounds like a mobster. Could be a like an earbud, like a swab. I don't know. Either way, you're going in the box. Exclamation mark ticket to be swabster. Is a swabster. Need water. I'm dehydrated. I'm getting that headache. I'm going to put in an order for more matcha. Matcha. Yes. Woblin and Omastar, probably. Yes. I wonder what it's gonna look like as Altair, whatever we call it. All right. Closing. Got 50-50 chance. Guys, punch each other in the face. Whoever wins, wins. Omega it is! The game felt sorry for you. Omega 2. Oh, hiccup burp. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, I had to hear that. Nasty. Hate mouth noises, even if they're my own. Altaria, that's right. More like Ticket to be a tombstone. Righto, buddy. All right, now. There's a new section in there. Oh, hello. Hey, thank you for the fly. Bag. I love that they still call it HMs, even though it's TMs in this game. Oh no, it is a HM. Never mind, I guess. Thanos, you're gonna be my, my little... You're gonna carry me around. Yeah. Carry me around. Let's go for that one. Nice. Got any trash for me, buddy? Oh, a berry! Thank you! Now, do I have enough balls to... I mean, I got enough balls on me, but... Alright, here we go. We're in! Alright, chat. Long grass or short grass to get me a Pokemon out of? What do you reckon, chatters? Whenever Pokemon is involved, my luck is extremely bad. Like, it's usually shit, but I have matching Spinder? Matching Spinder? There you go, she never did it. Hey. Hold me, buddy. I'm thinking this is gonna be a long grass. Alright. The grass doesn't even rustle. Just walking in it. Hello, Butter Champ. Okay. We'll get the buff guy, I guess. H2O's like, for fuck's sake. I'm gonna run around in here regardless and see what I could have had and then cry. Yo! Cataran's like, fuck yeah, I can get back in! Yeah, headbutt. Ooh, you haven't got very good defense, buddy boy. Ooh. Ooh, buddy. I gotta sneeze. In your nostril. Oh, I'm getting it! Now, like, what could you have got is now the question. If I run into a legendary now, I'll have a fucking meltdown. Alright, I'm gonna use you. I'm gonna confuse him so he hurts himself. And pray he don't die in the process. Alright, hit yourself. Why hit yourself? Why hit yourself? Yay! He wants to be buff as shit and buttered up and oily and nom 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 nom. Anyone? Anyone at all? Exclamation mark ticket! Ninja Cinder's just like doing steroids in the background. Don't worry about her. Distracted. My pinky. I noticed that my pinky nail is really long, and I'm like trying my best not to chew on it, but it's there. Oh, it is so there. I could chew on it. I could chew on it, chat. I could fucking mung on that fingernail. I don't want to try if I do it alright. That's greedy. Are you gonna be nice? Kiddery! You got in. Oh, why'd my typing no work? Oh, Canna. The last part of your name is so fucking hard. Yes. Yeah? Yeah, sure. I wish the automatic name was Butterchamp instead of a Butt Champ instead of Butterchamp. No, Butterchamp is better. He's all oily. I like some butter on his pecs. Alright, let's see what could have been. Let me cry into the abyss. Oh look, another one. It could have been Butterchamp! What about another Butterchamp? The fuck? Okay, never mind. It could have been so much worse. Bro. Yeah, you take those roids, Cinder. Oh, kill it. Kill it! Get the fuck. Oh, look, there it is again. Infiltration! No one likes you. Alright, Dork, you're getting a little bit greedy with your levels over here, buddy boy. Just a little bit greedy with it all. I don't want to mess around with what you got because I like what you got. Alright, I'm gonna put a different Pokemon in the front though because you're just sucking up all these levels. What we got down here? Alright, this is the area that I never got to explore because I never got to come back with fucking Surf. Ah! I love the spoopy music. Oh. Oh. Why as soon as I put a fucking fire type as the lead, a water type shows up? Why? This is a bloody setup. What a stitch up. Ow. I want it, but you can't have it. It's a cake frog. Huh? Oh, it's fairy. My bad. I misunderstood the typage. Anyway, it's dead. I could have let a steel type out on it. Oh, what's a nugget? That'll take me back there. Oh, Butter Champ, for the love of bejeebus. Control yourself. I love this. We got Muscle Man on Muscle Man. The furries will be everywhere. Pursuit, you say? Where there, Candy? Aw, Lourdes is just a little bit moldy. It's also level 27. Why the fuck are you level 27, my guy? Regardless, you're dead. Is this Barra? What the fuck is Barra? That's cute as well, but where are my really cool legendaries that I should be running into? I feel like I'm getting duped. Buffman Yowie. Nice. Yes. Alright, let me reenact the bar again. You watch, I won't run into another Butter Champ now. Oh, hello. There's really not a whole lot of cool Pokemon in here, I'm not gonna lie. Come on.
Aw, he's so good and fat. He's just a little fat fuck.
Wake up, Slide. Ow, 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 Jackal! God damn it. Yay, okay. I want another Butter Champ, please. Alright, I give up. I officially give it up. Yay! Jackal's finally level 30. Let's go. Alright. How do we get the Machamp to Machoke? Or whatever his fucking evolution is called. Run. Alright. I still don't... Oh, okay, I'm inside now. My bad. I still do not know how I do this quest. I might have to give up on this quest. Let me check this trash can real quick. Nope. This trash can... Oh. No, thank you. Not what I was looking for exactly. Oh, I found the cafe. No. It was you again. I can get another fossil. Let's go. Linking. Oh, the linking cable. Fucking, of course, it's a water fucking type. Fucking water type. Make a ball. You have a cable. You have a linking cable from last stream as well. Yeah, I know I've got one on me. I just couldn't remember if he was a trade Pokemon. Wigglyfile! Oh, you poor little stubby feet. What did they do to you, my boy? Alright, Miguel, give me the busted fossil! And the skull. What team rock? Ah! I didn't see the weird floating. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought these guys were gonna be my teammates for the thing. Something about being only visible to those who are unkind? What a bunch of nonsense! It freaked me out, so I stashed the key somewhere in the department store's basement. Didn't know it had a basement? No, not the department store, you idiot. The one in Goldenrod, you know, with the... Hey, yeah, this is a private conversation! Floating feather in Lavender Town. Where? Where is it then? Do I have to keep doing Team Rocket shit for it? If I keep doing Team Rocket stuff, can I go get the Darkrai or whatever he is? Wait. It's just in a random place in Lavender Town? Okie dokie. This old man just drinking coffee on his own. Oh, right, this is the broke man. Coin! Now I can gamble! Woohoo! Gambling is great. Alfie. That table lost all the slots. And coffee every single day to make it faster, bruh. Sure. Why not? If this guy ends up being buff as fuck, I'm gonna cry. Oh, he's an ace trainer. Oh, we're fine. Never mind! Never mind, I was worried over nothing. Pitiful. But who shall I put up against him? Ho. I think Dork. Dork. Always Dork. Dork is carried. Dork keep me alive. Dork is my starter. This is the longest my starter has ever stayed alive, chat. He is straight just still alive. The fact that he is still alive is pure miracle on its own. I gotta fix the wings should look better. I'm more worried about the face. Alright, linking cable. That's right. Thanks for the drugs, kiddo. Alright, cable, where even is it? Where would it be? Huh? There you are! Cable. Come on, buff man! I want buff man with 4 arms! Let's go! Your should not be a custom sprite. No! The custom sprite. It's not custom again, I guess, until combustion happens. So sad. Why are you learning a normal type move right now? Whatever, I guess. Double kick? No. Come, champ! Yo! Mouse, I'm going to admit something. Oh god, what? What did you do? What have you done? Confess your sin. I haven't got my nun outfit. I mean, I don't know like I've ever had a nun outfit, but I could have one. What are you doing, Flint? Go lay down somewhere, you goose. Alright, we gotta be a maid instead of a nun. Is this good enough? A goth maid? That cone It makes me want to throw candy. I'm just saying. Can you imagine if I could figure out how to make a fucking thing so that bits would put candy in this and slowly fill up? I don't know how the hell I would do that. Actually, I have a rough idea how I could do that. Don't put fucking thoughts in my head, dude. Don't do that. I have other shit to worry about. I got other stuff to do, man. Don't go putting thoughts in my head. I was about to do something. What was it? I suppose I'll go fuck around in the gym real quick. You kill me with laughter. You have so many projects and commissions, right? I'm just drowning over here, bro. Ah, I need another me. I really, really, really just need another me, man. I'll make a custom sprite with Blaze. Wait until we see if Blaziken has a custom sprite. There's no point doing it if his custom sprite is already awesome. Look at the shading on that one. Hey, yo. Fire punch! What did that do? What did that do? What did that do? What did that do? Nothing. I'm still alive. Hang in there. I'm trying, man. Chip away, you say? Where's that change? Might we get rid of absorb. We got second stealthy, but then one can still drink coffee. The other one has healthy intestines, and then there's me, and there's just me, the original one that no one likes because she can't drink coffee and sleeps all the time. But that's a replacement, not a helpful copy. I don't want to be replaced. Get me! We're up! I need levels. Or danger. Oh, poor lad. You've seen better days, haven't you? Oops, I wasn't paying attention. Whoa! The Absol crosses always look so fucking good, man! Ow! No. Yes. Picnicker. Right, who else was I gonna use in this gym? I think I was gonna use Xenos. But he didn't end up with any fucking flying moves except for Alright, we'll give it a try. Hello! Final one looks good, but I'd love to redo it. Oh, I didn't. It could still be an alt sprite. Ow. Oh, what the fuck? Damn, Zeus, you can't take a hit for shit. Fuck me. Alright then. Jackal, come back out, please, because Zenos is gonna end up dead. Why is Gus so fucking much damage? You even got stab on that. Sweet baby, Jesus. Get the hell out of here, we're end up dead. Lord have mercy. Wait, I wanna try using my sleeping bag. I didn't even realize this game had like Wednesday, Thursday. I didn't even realize that it had days of the week. Okay, so that's not how that works. It literally just makes time pass. I go nap nap. 6 hour nap nap just in the middle of the road, like you do, like you do. I'm homeless, alright? What do you expect? Gotta sleep it rough out here, boys. Alright, let's fight the nerd. There's a Krelly! I have matcha. What did they do to the poor Arcanine? Jesus Christ. You okay, buddy? You bastard. That's cheating! He fucking cheated! Swapped out last minute! Also, that is terrifying. That's a Magma! Looks like one of those ones that, like, you hear about that can, like, pulsate and wriggle and shit. It'd be like, you know? Why am I like this? Right. I've run out of headstones, chat. I have to make more. We have to make more fucking headstones, chat. Hang on, I'm just getting ready for the dead body, okay? Okay? Wait, where the fuck are they? Why did they... Hello? There you are. Why are you being... Okay, hang on, it's being weird. What the fuck? What is going on? They're multiplying! Who are you? Where did you come from? What the huh? What the fuck? What is... Okay. Who there? Where the fuck? Over there. Who just died? Oh, Thanos again. We're just collecting dead Xenoses at this point. I don't know. Bitch slap it, I guess. Ow. It's one buff chicken, right? You got some good meat on that chicken. You'd get some solid offcuts, I feel like. Well. Let's go delete the dead body. Real quick. Real quick! And how you doing, Sonic MLP? Sonic My Little Pony? Number 10? Game? Game, thank you. I thought it died again for a second there. Just put X2 next to Xenos' first one at this point. And again, and another one. Oh wait, I just healed the dead body, hang on. The only Pokemon I was nice to and healed before releasing its dead corpse into the wild. You haven't got an item on you? No, okay. Begone! Apparently I don't need you anymore. It would have been nice to, you know, have that Pokemon, but I guess I don't... Yeah, whatever. It's whatever, man. It's whatever. I don't even care that much. Oh, this dude is so cute. Look at him. Look at that goofy little guy. Fine. Alright, let's try again. Whee! The previous 9 were assimilated. They got eaten. We don't do gore on this channel. That's kind of, I feel like gore might be a bit TOS. I don't know if simulation is okay. It's a little bit too close to like genocide, I feel like. Maybe a little bit of eugenics. Like saying number 10 was just better than the other 9. I don't know, man. It's making me kind of uncomfortable and like I don't know what to say. I wasn't reading at all. Chico Runt! Why he grin like that? Why you looking at me like that? Yeah, figures. Jackal! Thank you for the hydrate! I hydrate with matcha! That I definitely will not spill this time. Krelly loves vor! We're gonna feed the Krelly. Feed the Krelly. He's got babies! Might be in danger here though. Punch it. Nope, we're fine. Jackal sucking up all the levels. Jackal, Jackal, Jackal. Wait, I'm gonna go find the other trainer down here. Rally! Makes sense. Is a cow more stomachs for it? How many stomachs do cows have again? I don't remember. Oh, she's beautiful! She's gonna die, but she's beautiful! You got flash fire, you fucking bastard. Pain in my ass, I gotta do it the long way now. Stop throwing toxic spikes. It's really not doing a whole lot of anything right now. 3 stomachs. God, no. Don't defeat. Well, I can't swap anyone out because I'll get poisoned, so... Oh my fucking god! What has been this fucking stream, bro? I'm this close to just saying fuck it and just leveling the shit out of Dork, and then if Dork dies, just giving up on the whole thing. Why the fuck did he have acrobatics? Poison type, my really strong poison types are all dead now too because of that fuck ass goddamn Empoleon Diglett combo bullshit that took me out. Oh my god. I didn't notice it. Time stick it right up your bum and rotate it a couple of times. Hey, buddy. It doesn't have a flying type written there, therefore should be illegal to have flying type.
Stealthy Mouse just can't catch a break. 6 Pokemon? That's hilarious. It's like watching a train wreck. She'll never learn, and I'll never stop enjoying her failures. Bow down to the Froggy Queen for real entertainment. Ribbit.
So, can we blame the person who wished for death before they slept? Feels like we could. I'm so close to just burning this run. I'm like this. I have no idea, chat. I haven't. No call. No. No wild legendaries. No nothing. Just pain and suffering and Dork carrying me through. Ah! not angry. Disappointed. In you, chap. It's putting a smile on my face that my gym is causing you pain. I'm gonna bury you in my garden and use you for fertilizer. Can we keep me if I do restart? I will keep your sprite, but... I didn't raise any fucking death flag. What death flag, huh? Sorry, I'm having an aneurysm. It's your fault for wearing a Team Rocket outfit. Oh my god! This is the sacred grounds. Asshole. Okay. Just throwing a fit, just mildly. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. Underneath the grass is a bed of a few dozen grunts. Gotta deal with the mother regular, you know? It sounded like a cow. What the fuck was that noise? How did I even make that noise? No, I don't wanna go on the ground. I took a shit of anger. I fucking hate this Pokemon. I don't want it! I don't want it! Ah! Not tilted. I play by rule of cool. If you argue, you don't get to be on my fucking team. There's the rules. Why did... Hang on. The ship breaking again. Ass thing. Hold up, shit's breaking. Feels like he likes to rub it in. I feel like every time I end up with a dead Pokemon and start having a meltdown, he comes in here with his little squeaker, and then he rolls on it, and then he squeaks it at me, and then he rolls some more. He's like, ha 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 ha. At least someone's having fucking fun. You're fucking fit. You're fucking fit. Fuck you and your fit. You're fucking. Yeah, fuck your fit. Oh, fucking fit. You fucking little fit dog. You fucking fit. Nah, you're fucking fit. You're a fit. He's spinning. You're fucking fit. Alright. Alright. This was Jackal.
Oh, how delightful. Stealthy Mouse's dog is finally learning from the best. Mocking her is the ultimate form of entertainment. Bow down to the Froggy Queen for inspiring chaos in every corner of her life. Keep it coming, Ribbit.
What? What the why does the headstone shrink when I put it in the fucking folder? The fuck is going on? Get there and stay there. And Shadow-san, up you yup. Whoopers! He go wah. He go wah wah. Not tilted. Fully fallen. Not crying. Fuck minor spelling mistake. Bullying ruined. Ah! You can't even bully right. Fuck your dyslexia. That's all I listen to. Day in, day out is me. He's realized that I was bullying him. He's giving me a dirty look now. Like, what the fuck, Mom? Yep. Ah, no. Yeah, I'm bullying you. You deserve it. You deserve to be bullied. You know, I was gonna make a sprite for that Blaziken Marchant, but now I told you to hold out. I fucking told you to hold out, didn't I? Oh my god, I have bad feelings. I got bad. I'm getting bad juju vibes. Keep bringing you the toy because you sound upset. It's like, here, Mom, this cheers me up. Jinx, ow, he just punched me in the face. Fuck you. No. No. You punched me. I punch you back, child. Is my kill count 3 now? Something like that. Dog. Dog's dickhead. Dickhead dog. Dickhead dog. He's a dickhead dog. Clear. No more barking. No. Oh. Why does he look like he got a lot of cream on his head? I feel like Dork is in danger. So... And I don't have any ground type moves on this fucker, bud. Yeah, I should have realized that. Ice type. There's ice type there. Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's an ice type. It's an ice type still. Ice type. Well. I don't even care anymore. I don't even care anymore. I'm throwing. Fuckable. Fuckable! No, I don't care. You're all gonna die. All of you. Every single one. You're all dead. You're all dead to me. So why not just be dead IRL too? Right? In game, I mean. In game, I mean. Might as well be. I was paying attention. Was that Aqua Tail? What's the point of learning Aqua Tail? You're gonna die. You will be dead soon. There's no point learning Aqua Tail. Have I fought you already? Yes, I have. Okay. I'll get in there. Alright, Crowley time. Peanut butter Crowley time. Peanut butter Crowley time. Hey, hey. Celebrate, bro. What happened to your onion fairy? Is he okay? Your onion fairy has seen better days. Oh, he has seen better days. Onion fairy, onion. See, Dork just carry, bruh. Dork just do it. Just let Dork do it all by himself. Yes. Yep. is that edgy, motherfucker? Look at little Bulbasaur. I forgot to put the Bulbasaur on your lap. Yeah, you heal, you fucking greedy. I was gonna laugh if Dork took you out with such little HP left. I was gonna laugh. If I put half an ounce of effort in there, I'm pretty certain Dork could have wiped. Is that a fucking Arceus? Pumpkin Arceus! We got the full Halloween style. God is celebrating Halloween with us this year. How about that? I like how Mouse just doesn't flinch at losing everyone else because I'm burning them all to the fucking ground. Burning this run in hell! Crunch it! Burn it to the ground! Ah! Wait. Burning in my sin, these wounds I cannot heal. This is as much as the song as I remember. That's all I remember. I finally got a chance to end a run. It's like, I'm normally getting my ass wiped because I grass type, but Stealthy is just that bad of a trainer. That she done fucked up so hard that even I could take her out. Well, fuck me in a handbasket. What does that mean, you may ask? I don't fucking know. Nice knowing run 14 while it lasted. Thank you for the 3-stream streak. Anyone want to watch me start again? Huh? Well, at least I was used and didn't get deleted. Straight off the bat. Those weren't even the lyrics. It's crawling in my skin. Isn't that what I said? Oh, I said burning. Did I say burning? I don't fucking know. Who cares? Doesn't matter. It's all emo. It's all still fucking emo. Ah! No, I don't want to fucking save. First game, seeing a run end. Normally I jump in on the start of a run. It didn't take very fucking long though, did it? Did it go from start to finish? Shut up with your update. Your update broke everything. He said burning in my skin. Well, who cares? Who cares? I'm still emo and broken either way. My angry tip-tapping.
Thanks King Prane for gifting Run Killer a sub. Now Run Killer can never leave. "31 months. Also Ella Mouse in a cone and Shadow Sand. Also guess who gave himself a sore throat cause he IDK walked in a windy day and his throat decided to say LU.
LU. It said LU, it did. Well, why were you walking with your fucking mouth open, you nunts? You goddamn nugget! I'm so happy to see my Pokemon bottle. What are you trying to say, that I never get that far? Huh? I've gotten that far plenty of times. That one. That one. That one. There we go. What? Is area better? Does area randomize even more? I'm a confusion. Whatever. What's me mixed mode? I'm not sure. I think remix mode is just like, why the fuck have you guys halfway triggered a hype train because of death? Are you shitting me right now? Are you, I don't even have any salt in the house, but I can still feel the salt in that wound. What the fuck? Area does even more, yes? Well, let's go area then. Okay, Pokemon X spawns, you are now Pokemon Y. Okay, so I feel like area is more random. Only legendaries can be, nope. Starters are not randomized. Starters can be any Pokemon. Starters will always be a first evolution Pokemon. Static encounters, randomized Pokemon that appear in the overworld, including legendaries. Gift Pokemon, yep. Fuse everything on. Confirm. Global switches that one Pokemon for the whole map. The other randoms per area. You would think so, but the description didn't describe it that way. It described it as like, instead of being like, Charizards are now Slowpokes, they're just completely fucking random each time. Sprites on, yes. Limit, yep, I'm limiting them to a single type, fuck you. Like the randomizer option for items. Hell to the fuck no. Am I dead yet? Everyone's dead! Yay! Okay. Insane. Insane. Yep. Yes. Parsing custom sprites folder. 200,202 sprites. That's a nice number. I like that number. First stage will have you a better chance. That's why I did it. That's why I did it. Not random. The gym trainers are randomized, but their type is not randomized. So that I'm not going to walk into the water gym and they're going to have whatever the fuck they want. The water gym still has water types. Num 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 num, matcha yummy. Yes. Alright. Do you want to have seizure? Look really close at fluctuating flashing number. It's good for your health, I promise. I just saw gym trainers off at a glance. Yeah, I would have assumed the same, but no, when you read the little info pack, yeah, that's not how it works. Nearly lost their golden job. They went, torched Earth, and ended themselves. I just like, shit's fucked. That's alright. Burn it all to the ground. I didn't realize we are on run. Yep.
Mousy, if you die this one, you wanna just cheat and cut out the grinding by just rare candy the party to highest level of next gym. Mousy, if you die this one, you wanna just cheat and cut out the grinding by just rare candy the party to highest level of next gym.
I haven't tried the rare candy cheat on the most recent update. Thank you, being the fertilizer for the grass. Yup. Yup. Not even shut, yup. Just yup. Normal. I refuse to go easy. Fuck. Yeah. Override that disaster of a file. File D, gone. I needed a new D. Let's skip with control. Yes! Skip to the starter selection, please. I cannot handle watching this cutscene again. I love that he drags me out my gym jammies. Up, shut the fuck. Oh. You, not gonna lie, but no fuck thank you. Oh. Double fire type though. A Volgma. beautiful options we have today. Restart.
Absolutely. Watching Stealthy Mouse fail is the highlight of my day. A 15th death? Priceless. She just can't learn. Bow down to the Froggy Queen for making this chaos so enjoyable. I live for your epic fails. Ribbit.
Girl, shut the fuck up. Alright, I'm gonna make a fucking poll. Ah! Who? 1, 2, 3. You get 1 minute to vote. Number 1 is Volgama.
Thanks King
Number
Kwame
2
for gifting restart_ sub. Now
is
restart
Azaro.
can never leave.
And number 3 is Switz. Get your fucking votes here. Give this some... Should I have done a 4th one that's just fucking restart? Wait, I can't edit the poll once it's up. Wait! Wait, can I... No. I don't want to report the poll! Oh. End poll. New poll. Who? 1, 2, 3. Fuck it. That poll. Alright, there you go. You get 1, 2, 3, fuck it! Fourth, go home and try again tomorrow. Wait until you're 18. I'm perpetually 17 in this fuck-ass game. I'm gonna have to reshuffle everything and just do the whole thing all over again. God damn it. Everyone's just like, fuck it. Why do so many people are you just interested because it's a role? So you want to see what she looked like in final form? I see you disgusting little creatures. I don't have hopes for this run. It doesn't look like many people do. Make sure it isn't one ever only this time. One, what? Oh, you mean like the beginner ever? No, but it ups my chances of legendaries. It's just that these are bad mixes at the moment. Because of the last one, I got the Absol Cross, so it was good. It was good. Dork was a good Pokemon. He was still alive by the end. We say fuck it? Alright, well fuck you guys too. Alright, title screen. Do not save. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, it's forcing me to play through it. Come on, come on. Let's try this again. Ah, yes, yes. Randomized. La 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 la, randomized. I wish I could just like not have to go this way around. Ah. Okay. On, area. On. First, on. Confirm. I'm taking my fucking hair! On. Off. Confirm. Insane. Yes. Ah, okay. Alright. If this shuffle doesn't work, then we're not refreshing again. We gotta take that hit. If it's even worse than the last shuffle, I blame chat. And I'll probably burn you all at the stake for your witchcraft. Just saying. Alright, by the way, this still counts as run 15. Oi! I've been consistently voting for the roast. Tin's just like, let me have the fucking waifu, please. You were refused. 15.5. It's the halfway update. Halfway update. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. We just reshuffled the deck. Don't worry about it. The deck was a little bit... it wasn't shuffled properly, alright? Okay, come on. You know, one day I'm gonna accidentally forget to name her and she's just gonna end up being blue. Alright. Oh, what do we got? 1! The Squirtle Magikarp.
Thanks Reinhardt Zelkova for the sub. Welcome to my garden.
Reinhardt, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Super poggers. Yes. What happened to Red 14? What? Oh my fucking god. A millet? Option 2? Yeah. Oh wait, a Triptini. Hold on, that could... A Triptini could work in the long run. Triptini cross Trapinch. It could work. Especially early game with Dragon Rage. A Triptini could work. Okay. Alright, Paul. New Paul. Who? Was it Triptini? Fucking, what is this thing called? Magtile? And fucking whatever the hell the Machoke thing was. Millet. Millet. Alright. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there, chatters. What was that? It's Traptini, a double dragon. Well, will be eventually at one point. We got a double water, a ground fighting, or a double dragon. Look at his little noodle. Very Australian. His little note rope. Oh boy, what a selection! That's never evolving. Don't be like that. I'll say I love my water type, but you need the Dragon Rage just to protect my useless ass. Bruh. It's ground dragon? Maybe? I love democracy! What do we got? Triptini it is! How much? We got 1 vote for Magtire. Sad little Magtire. Triptini it is! Alright, and who is going to be my little nope rope? My danger noodle. Exclamation mark ticket to be the danger noodle! I love Flygon's design. I'm so sad. Flygon needs a fucking Mega. I don't care. I don't even like Mega Evolution because it feels too Digimon to me, but Flygon needs a Mega. I'll die on that hill. Perfect gets it does not get its dragon type till Vibrava. Yeah, the Trapinch. Trapinch is just ground type to begin with. That's why I didn't know when I was a kid playing the game that Trapinch became fucking Vibrava. Also, they look so different! How the hell was I supposed to know? Bollocks! Thank you, Staffy. For what? I was told I was crazy for comparing Mega Evolutions to Digimon. That was the first thing I thought as a kid when the Mega Evolutions came up. I was like, it's just Digimon now. The whole point, the whole difference between Pokemon and Digimon was that Pokemon evolutions were permanent and Digimon could fucking change. Bruh! Pissed me off. It's the one Pokemon I've always wished I had a Mega when X. Yes! Oh my god! So glad I found my people. I have truly whittled down my community to be just like me. Definitely not an echo chamber, no sir. Echo chambers only are a thing for people that I don't agree with. When it's an echo chamber, I mean a round table of people that agree with me, then it's just the right community. Yes. Alright, who is the danger noodle? Scramble! Wait, my scramble? A scramble? My scramble noodle. I would call you Noodle as well, but you won't be a noodle for very long. I think like Fusion is also Digimon more than Pokemon. Yeah, but it's not main game, so it doesn't count. Doesn't count. I wonder what the wilds will look like. Oh, I wonder. Echo chamber, and being cold. Okay. All right, let's hope we don't. Save. Alright, overriding. Getting around on my gym jammies. First, like, rare Pokemon card was Flygon IVX, and not the new X, but the old level X. You still have it? I can't remember. I collected cards because I like the pretty pictures. I never knew how to play the game. Of course you got the one that is a bit harder for me to deal with. Doesn't matter, I got more attack than you. Fight me. You look kind of cool though. I will give the Maggie, whatever the fuck that thing is called, points for looking kind of cool. I wonder what it's gonna look like in final form. I'll never know because it always disappears. She always deletes it. She never keeps her starter. It always just fucking gone. It's just gone. Did I get healed? Yes, I did. Okay. Alright, let's get a map. Oh, give me a map. Thank you for map. Yes. I now have a map. And the flat ass, but I have a map. Boy, Chato-san's sister is fucking, like, stacked. She got that booty. Robot! Oh, Gliscor! Okay. And I might slap you. Yeah, I didn't think so. I should see if you have other sprites, actually, shouldn't I? Hello? Oh, I can't do... I can't do that while I'm in battle. Okay! Okie dokie. Stop sucking me! You stupid. Okay. Yeah, Nani? Whoa, Scully! Thank you for the follow! Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get comfy. I'm leveling up. A bulldoze, you say? Ooh, look at this moveset early on the score! Alright, I need healing. Mommy! I don't want to buy a head. Run doesn't count until you have Pokeballs anyway, I suppose, technically speaking. But it still hurts my soul. I think Dunsparce would have been awesome rather than giving him a dumb evolution where they've just given him like extra notches to his body. Like, yeah, we just give him a couple extra balls. Oh my god, the wild Pokemon around here. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello! Ground type though. Eerie. I mean a water type. Fight it. You watch, I have all these cool Pokemon in the wilds around here, and then when I get my fucking balls, I'll end up with a goddamn that Empoleon Diglett bullshit again. Watch me. Watch me. Cat? I can have a Kyogre? Hang on. Why? What was that? Oh, I can't do damage when it's... Okay. How common are they? Hello? Wait, I got the different shuffle type. I might not even be able to run into it again. Oh no, it's a different shuffle type. I might not even be able to run into it again, chat. Uh-oh. That might not be how it works. Uh-oh. I don't know how this shuffle method works. Okay, we do run into them more than once. Okay. We're okay. Now I don't want to level anymore because otherwise I won't be able to catch anyone. I'll just kill them instantly by accident. You're good. Thank fuck for that. I was so worried. I'm like, hang on a minute. What other day is it in this game? Was he a night Pokemon? Here's your parcel. Got your nudes. Thanks for the balls. Ah, matcha. I need your balls too, Mr. Man. Why is it always men that give me balls? Questions. Alright, now we're gonna catch someone without murdering them? That's gonna be the hard bit. I've come back from shopping! Oh! What happened to the run? You left. That's what happened. Damn it! It had to be the one that wasn't super epic. Oh well. We have other areas to run into them. I can't mud slap you. What happens if I just throw a ball straight in your face? Figures. I'm screaming at me! Alright. Alright! Pokemon number 2! Join me balls, chat! Exclamation mark ticket for ball! I'm now level 10. Already. It's happening very fast. Ooh, hello. Why does that one look like he's in pain? You got 3 sprites to pick from, whoever becomes this guy. Smile on that one is giving Saturday cartoon vibes. I don't know why, it's just giving Saturday morning cartoon. Alright, loose. And Wolfia! Which one do you want, Wolfia? Ow, ow. Which skin? Wolfia? 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 Hello? Alright, who shot her? I know you want it to be this creature, but you can't just shoot the people that win, okay? It's not okay. I'm gonna assume that she wants this one. And it goes for the red or pink base. Oh, in pain one because my... Okay. Swap back to that one in a second. Ooh, yeah. Excuse me? This one. It looked like it has bad back problems. You! I was gonna see if you had any other sprites. Nope. Alright, let's go heal. Get in the fucking house! Alrighty. Wolfia needs a level. Or 2, or 3. Maybe 4. Oh, but that's clearly the nighttime encounter, the Pidata! It's a Pidata! Are those the only moves that you have, bruh? We're gonna be here for a hot minute, chat. Just hold out the line. You fucking missed, you idiot. Wolfia! Throw your shit out! Ugh, now I have to swap you out. Fight him. Fight him. Get him. Get him, Scramble. Protect Wolfia. Mate, can you take a small sec to look at Siritum and Machamp? Have you posted in the Discord? No, not you. No, I don't want to talk to Red. Oh. Thanks for the outfit. I guess. I love your name. I'm also a Sonic and My Little Pony. Okay, I am guessing My Little Pony correct, right? I'm not like tweaking out over here because I was thinking about the My Little Pony infection arc before. Another different Pokemon. Yeah? Wait, do they re-randomize every time I come out of a building? Maybe? I mean, it could be a possibility. Oh, he's got Mega Drain already! What the fuck? Rip off. Not missing, Wolfia. Your aim is dreadful. I know you have scoliosis, but this is ridiculous. Here's My Little Pony. Ah, I'm not crazy. Oh my god, he's leech seeded me too. We're not getting anywhere very fast on this fucking thing. Ah, alright. Supersonic again. Hurt yourself. Thank you. This is this is a war of attrition. Yay! I need you to get to level 5. Come on. Oh, we are not doing that again. Nice. Think about it. Do Poison Flying and Ground Dragon. Another heal. I feel like it randomizes every time I go in a building and come out. Am I tweaking? Sometimes I lie to people that anger me and say it stands for Major League Player. Like, fuck you, you're not allowed to know about me. I'm a Major League Player. Oh, never mind. Kyogre is still around. Absorb. Oh, he splash. Look at him splashing. He's so sad. He's splashing. Ow. He splash again. Little Kyogre splashing. Also, that is not a custom sprite. Nicely done, Wolfie. You get them levels. Oh, I did like diddly squat. Built like a tank, huh? Scream at it! Scream at it again! Absorb! I did sweet fuck all! Little Sonic! Make him hit himself! Yeah! Nice. No, we're not learning hard. No, we're not learning hard. You don't need that, little Wolfia. Alright, I would go to the next zone. Oh, wait, I could go upstairs. Go up here. Up here. Go up here. Route 2! What else we got? Spine Crunch. That's what we got. Should I get more balls first? Should I go broke on... I feel like I should... English Stealthy! I feel like I should go broke on balls first. Yay! Hello. I really don't want it, but I'll take it. Who wants to be Love Disc? Who wants to be Love Disc? Reminder that if you're a Pokemon that is auto-unfused, like this here Love Disc, when I hatch eggs such as Rockruff, Scolipede, and others, you get the pick of the litter and get to choose who you fuse with. Exclamation mark ticket if you want to be the Disc of Love. Pass. Wow. 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 Wow, look at everyone pussying out. Hell no! Pussies! Sadly, I wasn't a fan of Love Disc. I never liked Love Disc. It's this shit Pokemon. Hated it in the game, And I don't know if I ever saw it in the anime, so it doesn't really count for anything. Oh. Wow! Who would have guessed? Jekyll! Congratulations! Such a rare chance, and you managed to scoop it up. Amazing. Oh man, worst one ever. It sucks, man. Oh wait, I was in there for balls. I got distracted. What I want. Go away. Hold on. Balls. No, hiccup up. Okie dokie. Boop. Let's go. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? And then put it in high heels. I just noticed the high heels on it. We got a Metagross Lopunny. Still normal currently. What the fuck is on his arm? It has to be a reference to something. Someone could call that the ring, personally. I think they won that fairly. All is fair. So robot waifu? Something like that. I doubt an absorb's gonna hurt you that much. Yeah, okay. Ow, you might kill me while I'm trying to catch you. Alright, let's chip away at it! Oh, one minute! Little bit at a time! Alright, we're in the red. Ow. The fuck? Yeah, I should have waited! I could have been a Metagross! Let's see if I can get it in a fucking ball. Alright, we're in dark red now. Ow! Okay, we're fine. Hey! Who wants to be a waifu strutting around in some fucking high heels?
Demon underscore Hellcat 392 with the party of one. How quaint. Welcome to the Froggy Kingdom. Just remember, it's Shadow Sands realm. Bow down, or prepare for some froggy mischief. Enjoy the show. Ribbit.
Thank you for the rain, Doritos! That's what my dog's feet smell like. Exclamation mark ticket to be Meta Bunny! Oh, what the fuck? Eh? Oh, they gave it a bodysuit. What the fuck? What is that reference to? Makes me think of. Oh, it makes me think of Nestle. Not Nestle. Nesquik. Nesquik. The bunny on Nesquik. It's a Sonic comic reference, is it? That'd be why I didn't know what it's a reference to. But it reminds me of Nesquik. It's Bunny Raboot from the Sonic Archie comics. I haven't watched a single Sonic media game or anything ever. That was rich people TV, pay TV here in Australia. I ain't get to watch that shit. Hellcat, what are you up to today? Out of stream go. Infinite Dex just went down for me. Nice. Close. Draw. Congratulations! Which skin suit do you want to wear? Pick your skin suit, any skin suit. Of course, the Sonic. The one with the Sonic in the name gets the Sonic reference. Let's go. It was meant to be. New Sprite Pack probably crashed the site. Oh, is there a new Sprite Pack? Go left 2. So you want the one with the suit on it? The purple suit. I gotta go for a quick bathroom trick. That hit me real sudden like. Oh, quick, be right back. And sorry, anyone that's not subbed is going to get 3-minute ad break. I'm sorry. I'll put the name on this when I get back, Sonic. Actually, I'll do it before I leave in case there's a game crash, because that last one scared me. Hold up. I gotta wee so bad. I got away! You can, it's easy to rename in this game, so if you don't want to be Sonic MLP and want to be Sonic, I could change it later. I just really gotta fucking piss right now. I really gotta go. 3 minute ad break, I'll be right back. Fucking Jesus. The dog just followed me back into the room. He clearly is expecting something from me. No. I have to move this over here because it's about to go flat. Oh my god, dude, your breath is rank. You a fucking dead fish or something? Jesus. Lord have mercy on my nostrils. Sonic, thank you for the follow! Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position. You'll probably be buried in the dirt soon. I'm not very well known for keeping my Pokemon alive. I've come to admit it. I've come to, honestly... Yeah. Oh, Did you want your name to say stay as Sonic MLP or just Sonic? Oh, little dude, you need some healing. Up, up. I see Fudge got summoned. Raise the custom channel prices! I can literally get another one already! They're like 30 or 50k, aren't they? That's a lot of points! That's a lot of points! Can I leave the garden? I'm scared. Life is always a risk from this demon's hand. Don't worry about it. Why are his little horns glowy like that? I like it, but why? Oh, I'm in danger. That's a fairy. Hang on. I took a bit of a risk there. Whoopsies. I could have been very dead. Not enough! Shut up with your mud privileges! I think he means business. Potentially. Who get you? Oh fuck, was that a bite? Damn it. Just screech instead. Sonic MLP. Might change it later. Okie dokie. I've redeemed 20 plus at this point. We'll stop redeeming them! Do not redeem them! Do not redeem the code! Or something like that. It's 30k, make him 50k. And everyone gets to watch for as long. Oh look, it's a fisting Pokemon. The Pokemon of fist. Not fisting Pokemon, it's different. Wow, look at you folks, all rich with K amounts of points. Yes, what? Hello? Scramble, what do you want? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Hey? What do you want from me? Fuck your mud sport. Get scratched. Ain't nothing doing nothing. Now I'm just fucking... Alright, fine. Fine. Woofy, you come do it instead. Get him. That was rude. He ate a berry. Wait, what number did you get? I wasn't paying attention. Ah! I gave all my way except 2, so frick off, chat. It's like, fuck off. I feel like Crony counts as a U, by the way. So 3 you didn't give away. You're lying to my chat. I really don't appreciate it. It's kind of like mod privileges and a little bit of like, you're going crazy with power. I think you need to watch yourself a little bit. You get a little bit.
Just be more entertaining and engage in the chat. But honestly, with your current luck, you might as well accept your fate. Just bow down to Chato-san instead. I'm the real prize here. Ribbit.
I didn't realize Twitch allowed you to get more points for being entertaining. Is this a thing? But these Pikachus, fuck off! I'm trying to level up Sonic. Oh, hello. Oh, it's a double Venipede. Oh no. Eh? Huh? I'm confused. What are you? Is it a Scolipede Venipede? Maybe? Could be. Poison type is dangerous against Sonic though. Ah. Oh wait, no, you're Steel as well, aren't you? Hang on. Hang on a minute. You're Steel. Okay, no, you're fine. You're fine! What was that? What? Okay. As it dies. Probably a Venipede, Whirlipede. No indoor, because that'll end up with me dead. Why the chick? Oh, that's cute. Why did the chickie cross the road? To become KFC. I don't know why. What? Confusion. Owie. my god, these guys are always carrying fucking berries around. Olivia, finish them. Ellie. Nice. Alright, get the fuck out of here. God, I love him! We'll pray that we run into him somewhere else, cause I love Totechu! Totechu, I choose you. I don't know, that's why I asked you, Stealthy. A higher subscription tier gets more points, I think. And just sitting and getting watch streaks and yeah, that's about it. It's about time you learn to lurk better. You're not lurking well enough, and it's really an embarrassment. Do better. I'm paying attention! Take 4. How long into game does it take till you can reverse the fusions? Cause when you can, I want to swap my head and my body type. Typing is the same, but better stats and cuter looking. Okay. Maybe still wish. Because it takes your levels away, and then I have to level you up again, and you know, bro. That's a water type. Oh, what is it? No, not doing that. I'm so silly for failing being a lurker. Please forgive me. No. Not until you get 1,000,000 points. Proof. Why am I back in the fucking building? Right, reverse. Right. Never mind. Just having a meltdown. Don't worry about me. Just having a mild meltdown, Chad. It's fine. It's fine. We'll find this guy. Hopefully no one dies. Don't get hit by water. You know what? You're right. Never shower again. Hi. Owie. Right. Can I have that Pokemon, please? I kind of like it. Why would Jackal look so angry, man? He is ready to fucking fight, bro. Oh. Oh, you're in too much danger. I want to put Warfare out to put a confusion down, but I feel like they're gonna end up dead, bro. Item. Ooh, they flinched. Pocket sand! I got pocket sanded. Wait. Okay, I was worrying about nothing. We're good. Scramble got this. I was intimidated by sheer size. Honey. What, Gramble? What do you want? Lightning, yeah, it's a good thing I don't have any lightning. Bunny Rabbit is a good sprite, as is, I think. That's what she said. Shut the fuck up. I'm having a midlife crisis. Kilmas, are you okay? What? God damn, what happened? Brody hasn't streamed in over 2 weeks. Oh no, she's having a holiday. That bitch. Teach her a lesson. I am ready for Kyogre Mimikyu, please. Thank you. I would greatly appreciate Kyogre Mimikyu. Yes. Let's get a Kyogre Mimikyu. That is not a Kyogre Mimikyu. What the fuck is that? I'm Junior and what? The Mimikyu? Dragon Jr. is anyone I know. It's a rock, surely it. Okay. Oh! Ow, what the fuck? That is so cool! It's the little comment thing! It's a minoir! Mini-or, whatever. Bro, that was cool. I like that. I like that they scripted it in like that. Gimme. Now give it to me. I want it. I want it. I want it. It's cool! And it's a fairy, so it might protect me from those fuck house dragons. Please be mine. Please, 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 please. Oh, come on, Minnie, come on. Well, that I didn't mean to sound that desperate, but oh my fucking god! Being a pussy. I think you broke a glass now. Sorry about that. I've been wearing particularly good headphones. Hey, I'm a dragon. Yeah, but I need something to protect me from other dragons. And you're not a safe bet because you are also dragon, so you take much. For fuck's sake, me! I feel like if I supersonic, he's gonna kill himself. You know? Wasting all my balls here, and I can't afford to buy more. Oh, come on! Please! Please! Ah! Yay! Whee! How you doing, Crucifix? I got it! It's really cool and I got it. Even if it has a shit moveset, otherwise known as Tickle. That seems to be about all it has. Exclamation mark ticket to be Mini Junior! Well, everyone's dead. Come in, coach, I'm weak. Yeah, but... Into? Pickle? It's a trash fairy move. It's just this like stat change. Pickle, not ticket. Ticket, 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 ticket. Now. Link, you smell like a trash can. Why do you smell like a trash can? No. 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 Omega! 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 Whoop. Flint? And no. Don't be a fucking attitude. No. 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 Stop it. Being a dickhead. Barking in your face. Oh, that's cool looking. I wouldn't have even complained about that either. He's got dark type. Clear body. I found a missing kid! Don't worry, it's safe in this Pokeball. Yellow said Crony is graduating and I told him if she comes back with that announcement, I'm banning it everywhere I can. Punishment for bringing it about. Who's left from her generation? Is it Kiara, Callie, and Crony? I think anyone's left, right? Mini Junior does not have good typing. No? Rock Fairy? Is that a bad typing? know who we're talking about, Hollow Live people. It had pound and tackle and it just kept using tickle. Why? Whatever, bro. You think I'm gonna remember the gen name, Boya? Aww, Togabone! Brr, it's so sad. Oh, metronome. I get now we're confused. Great, alright, awesome. Ow. Now we can be confused together! But you died, but not so much. Wait, what is clear body summary? Prevents other Pokemon from lowering its stats. Oh, useful. Prevents other Pokemon from lowering attack stat. Speed and rain. May heal its own status problems. Shell break, Spore. So it just changes appearance. It's literally it. I don't care about it. If they average 100 plus chatters, I don't bother. Too hard to get a word in. Getting some levels for Sonic. Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. Nothing wrong with me. Ernie Bay Iris. Was Ernie? Really? I thought, wait, wasn't Iris her own thing? Didn't Iris come in on her own? I thought Iris came in on her own. Separate. Ooh, I was just about to say I'm not doing a whole lot of damage here. Okay. Might have to be steel type too, because I don't think I can hit it with ground type moves because fucking steel. Try it. I don't think I'm gonna do it. Ow! The fucking Sonic Boom hits like a bitch! Damn! Alright, healing. Get out of the way. Iris is part of Promise! They merged after Sunlit. I could have sworn Iris was separate. They debuted at a different time. It depends on the speed of the chat. There's someone I used to watch, but they got popular, so I haven't been. No! No, but I also don't watch them that much. The only reason I avoid Curly is because I can't work and watch Curly at the same time. It's just too much of a fucking distraction. They just say the most out-of-pocket shit and I'll be like, wait, what? Huh? What are we talking about? Like for some, you have to cheer for them to read your message or like to at least up the chances of the message being read. It was Council plus Iris, but they merged them into Promise. Ugh, gen names confuse me. I don't know if anyone here would know what I'm talking about if I dropped a name, but I also don't want to call them out by dropping names. Nah, don't drop name. Don't drop name. We understand. Everyone understands the struggle of your person that you enjoy watching their streams and chatting in their streams. Getting too busy to read your chat anymore. It's like, no! No! It's so sad. They can't see me bully. Ah! Nags. We don't count Nags. Nags is just like, I swear I don't know how he doesn't end up doing that weird fucking split eye thing where one eye faces the other way and the other eye is like a fucking chameleon. It's just like, reading it somehow at all times. But still playing game. You got a problem with me leveling up? Fight me, chat. Pickle lemon Charizard Lord, what the fuck are you drinking? And stop drinking it. Spit it out. I always feel bad enough when, like, I've noticed quite often I'll rewatch my VODs after stream. I'll have them off to the side and I'll notice that someone popped in chat, said hi, said 3 different things, and I missed every single message. I'm like, how the fuck? And sometimes not even in my chat won't even be going very fast when they pop in each time. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how did I miss that? I didn't even acknowledge them. And I feel so bad about it every time.
Oh, he's very pretty.
I try to pay attention, Grumble. I'd rather not die immediately to Brock, so I appreciate as many levels as possible. Please level me up, is what I'm hearing.
That'll claw.
Perfect. Fuck you and your recover. Take the confusion instead. Stop it! Goddamn star is star. I mean, heck, even with stealthy, it sometimes takes 4 times. Yeah. I love you just like, take 4! Blaze, read the message! That's what the pay attention streamer redeem's supposed to be for. You think donk it? Straight after I ignore your most recent message, be like, bitch, look back a message, you fucking dumbass! That's literally what it's there for. It'd be like, oi, oi, oi! It increases your chances. My defense, ADHD, and I was probably crashing out at the time. Also, when get to a certain size, chat just becomes a Wild West. I saw recently that StreamerBot has been updated that it like pulls highlights out of chat, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I gotta learn how to do that, because you can set up StreamerBot so that it'll pull random. You can set it up so that it pulls not only so you can set specific people to be your like pull every message, so like mods and mutuals and like other people that you definitely want to see all their messages, and you can also set it to pull a certain amount of randomized messages from the rest of the group as well, so that you can still, especially when chat's like Newman super fast, like it does sometimes in Crowley's chat, and you can like, I can't even read, even I, who's just staring at the chat, can't pull a fucking sentence out of it. I feel like it would be really useful for that sort of stuff. No longer in chat, it's just a concert of folks screaming. Woman, I was here for 2 hours before you said, see what I mean? My mods get the fucking dono wall. I want to set up that chat feature. I just gotta fluff around with it a bit. I'll put Leaf Sonic up front. It was the start of this run. Look, I'm brain. Eden tries her absolute best to read every message to my... See, if I start trying to read every message, as chat has seen multiple times, I will start reading backwards. I read the bottom message and go up, and then I go up, and then it doesn't go very well, because then I don't understand what the fuck anyone's saying, and then I get confused, and then I give up and go to the game. I'm back! Welcome back, Charizard Lord! I'm like falling asleep right now, but I want to get a good fusion. Hang in there. We'll be going into the forest, into the secret forest thingy soon. I just gotta wipe the floor with this dude real quick. Munchcada. Oh, what the fuck? What is that pose? Are you okay, sir? Do you need an adult? Welcome back, Clean Wolfia. You smell beautiful today. Betty? Betty? Very nice. Oh, wait, there's a thing over here. That's right. I remembered. Yay! Ah, fuck! Okay. Alright, here we go. Alright, Infinite X is back. Let's go. I'm on chats with 100 plus. You got no... Hey, come on. Come on like that. same color, become a little fucking name. I still remember early days. If anyone changed the name color, I don't know who that person is. Who's that? I don't recognize them anymore. They're just gone at that point. No.
Welcome back, little fella. Lucian. And again.
Alright, give me the sticks. Thank you. More you later. Not always. I still read every message in your chat, yeah! Poison immunity helps so much, right? He's saving my life. The steel typage. Alright, alright. No, not that way, this way. First, I need more balls, I suspect. Especially when you think I'm not watching. Hey, come on now. Meow. Okay, okay. We're going to the hidden forest, and then we're going to the bug forest. So we have... Fuck. I'm broke. I have shit. I've got 184 bucks to my name. It's more like $1.84, but you know. All right, there it is.
Now I can be rich off of selling revives. Let's go.
Okie dokie. We're gonna put Wolfier up front because they're better at chipping. That egg. Yes, yes. Fives. Super potion, and now we find something. Catch. Oh, what the fuck? It's so cute. What the? Swirolu! Level 2! Ugh, I hope I can catch it. I feel like if I put any damage on this thing, it's gonna be fucking dead. Oh, don't be like this, please. Please, Swirolu, and also don't use all my balls. I need them. Alright, the fighting typage might put me in danger, but... Okay. Okay, 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 okay! Come on, don't be like this! Don't be like this, I'm running out of balls! Oh, my fuck!
Stealthy Mouse lost another run because she panicked, made terrible decisions, and skipped battles like a fool. It's like she's trying to fail on purpose. Bow down to the Froggy Queen for real gameplay skills instead. Ribbit.
Yes, it was on purpose. I did it for the memes, chat. I'm a fucking content creator. Of course I literally threw on purpose. It was more entertaining that way. Who wants this shit at playing Pokemon? Obviously.
Anyway, after eating a dessert, Swirlio's aura sensing powers become amplified. It can detect malicious intent from over a mile away and responds by puffing up its fur. I thought I was gonna say puffing a fat one. Who wants to be this little cutie patootie? Exclamation mark ticket to be this little fucking cute thing.
6 months died, and then Mouse crashed out and turned off. I had a meltdown. You got pretty good at reading, but then you got sick, and now shut the fuck up! The sickness took it away from me, alright? Bite me. Bite me! Rude.
That is accurate. She did me. Me.
I should have waited because it's totally me, right? You're too late. You're too late, Wolfie. Bite, not my thing. My cat's taken to biting me at night. He like, whenever he goes to lay down for cuddles, he does like, and he chomps. And then he does another blam blam. Or he does a chomp, blam blam, and then another chomp.
One of the two. Every night when he settles in to go to sleep with me. You have become Snake. Drawing there. Charizard! It's a funny looking Charizard bot. I'll take it. And Botte. I might need to bring Jackal back because water type, but for now, it's like getting a cat and naming it Dog. Oh wait, why are you still goth? Because I'm in mourning, obviously. By the way, if you reverse this, can be Fairy Steel, the most broken typing in the game. Oh, that makes sense. What else could have been? Looky. Bruh. Cresselia Trubbish. Are you kidding me? Well, sucks to suck. I missed the roll again. What did we get? It's not morning. You know what I mean. Don't get smart with me, boy. I'll take on... Oh, another one. I'll take on 2 red-headed witches. I'll bite you and send you both. I'm not even fucking red-headed. Who stole me, goth? You bastard. Put it back. The legendary, mythic. Oh, it's different. Okay, it must be a nighttime Pokemon because it just keeps spawning in now that it's become night. Notice there's 2 little feet in the front. I thought that was something that it wasn't, so I will admit. Bulldoze. Ow. Ow. Not a whole lot of EXP coming out of these fuckers. Unless you bite me. Fucking bite me. I got a nat 1, hell yeah. Really lucky. You are literally strawberry blonde. That's redhead. It's not the same. Not the fucking same. What are you right now? What do you look like around the other way? I have no money. I'm broke. You're only a level 2 though, so it's not like I have to worry. Oh, no. Worry about unfusing and refusing you, because it's not like I miss out on much. Oh. Unfuse. Yes. 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 Come on. Come on. Thank you. Ease it. Fuse. No. Okay. Is Lucario... Okay, I need to know, Lucario fighting Steel or Steel fighting? Google says fighting... Fighting Steel. Not Steel fighting. Google is saying it's around the other way! Which means I have to stay in this form in order to get the Steel type. Which means I used a fusion stick for fucking nothing! That. So if you unfuse. Every time you unfuse, you lose levels, and every time you fuse, you lose levels. I don't know why I remembered it the other way around. God fucking damn it! Wasted my stick. I could have used that on, what was it? Omega that wanted to swap around? Or was it Scramble? Someone else wanted to swap. You act like... What the fuck does that that mean? What does a redhead act like? Huh? Huh? Please do elaborate. What did you do to get the cone? Ask yourself where all the headstones have gone. You'll find your answer. Oh. Oh! Inner focus or sweet veil, chat. Preventing itself and allies from falling asleep. Or no flinching. You're just gonna kick my ass. Oh yeah? Oh, go on, explain! Explain! Please do! I tried making Fox text. A fake latex? Or Fox text. And seriously messed up, but made a redemption of it. I feel like there's a potential way of killing yourself with, like, poisonous fumes. Having a rough time tonight? Shut it, Hoscat. Shut it. Balls for gelatin in it? And you make... What? What? What the fuck? Crucifix, I have questions. Are we eating this Fox latex? Sweet veil, everyone's like, sweet veil, please! Fine, jeez. Sleep, you can legit do nothing for up to 3 hours. My fingers need crunching. Alright, well, I just wasted me money and me sticks, and now I'm mad. Just like the love disc is mad. Oh, I gotta rename you again. Hang on. La 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 la. La. Yep. Once again, naming my cat dog and my fuck! And my dog cat. Wish I didn't do that. Stubborn bitch, but she'll stab someone for you if she likes you. Are you calling redheads mules? Just call me a donkey. Well, fuck you too. Ooh, leveling you is gonna be hard. Oh boy, okay. Alright. I'm scared. Wait. The levels in here were kind of low. Maybe I should... Where'd he go? Where'd he go? There it is. Hello! He's got little fancies. Just little fancies. Very cute. Wheel! It was me who wanted to swap, but also I'd go back to level. You won't go back to level 1. You will lose some levels though. I don't know how many, but you will lose them. And I'm pretty sure it's more than 1 level that you lose. Hello again, ugly. He's got buck teeth too. I don't know how I feel about the buck teeth. Hey, you bit uggo, buddy. A bit fucking uggo. Oh, I've been gassed. Ha! Shed skin. Bite me. Can you look it up? Oh, don't worry. I'll once I have the money to get more fusion sticks, I'll just do it anyway and level you back up again. Non-issue. I'm so glad no one here has pursuit yet, otherwise I would be in danger. Fairy wind for Charizard. Let's go. Ouch. Like. Alright, I should have gone and sold that stuff so that I could actually buy some sticks. Whoop, too far.
Oh, right, I forgot to sell. I gotta sell first, you idiot. I'm trying to buy with no money. There we go. All right, now I got some cash. Cash, money, cash. Pokeballs. I think, fuck, I can get 10 Pokeballs and still get 2 DNA splices. Praise be to the Lord Jeebus. Ah, not that many. Just 2, please, thank you. Oh, nope. That's fine. Thank you. Mousy is the lore accurate 17-year-old broke as fuck. I got no money. Well, they send you out on a Pokemon adventure and your mum gives you like 20 bucks. Here's 20 bucks for your adventure around the world. Good luck, child. My brain is breaking. Who am I swapping? You. You wanted to get Uno reversed, you say, huh? No, you're an Aussie, so that may make it worse than an American redhead, but you're also a VTuber, you What the fuck does that mean, bro? I mean, I'm also a rigger and an artist and a VTuber, so I feel like my need for... So now you're level 9, and then when I fuse you, your level will drop again. So how many levels did you lose? 4 levels, so you're probably gonna drop down to like a level 5 again. Go back to where we started from. What the fuck is that? You said it would look better? This looks like a bad dragon toy right now. What the fuck is that notification message? Nothing! It's accurate, it's just a question. I love you, Steph. I need help. There's other yeah, Alrighty. Fucking nose, bruh. Is this what you wanted? You want this little thing with the little antenna? That's all we get. The frills on either side of a head can be remotely manipulate sand. This ability traps foes in the ground, giving it advantage before striking. AR. Alright. It's definitely shed skin. I don't remember if you're a special attacker. I resent that. No leer. Wave, you say? Never gonna use it, but I'll take it. Why did I do it like that? Alright, so we're level 9. We lost 4 levels. Rename back to Scramble. Yes, you are now a man. Everyone that got... Wait. The only one that got unfused and refused but didn't end up with a sex is Charizard. Scramble does have a sex. Scramble is a man. Look at that manly man. I prefer the nope rope design, so I'm gonna like strongly disagree with your design preference, but I'll do it anyway. Maybe it's the Australian in me that likes the nope rope. Excuse me, where the fuck where were you earlier? Hello? Whatever. It looks like an axolotl with a brain tumor since childhood. An extra large brain. Better stats this way? Okay. Oh, I forgot that happens. Actually startled me. Goddamn Pidgey hat. No, I don't want to wear this stupid Pidgey hat. I'm sexy as fuck, boy. Oh, you again, right. I keep forgetting that you exist. I keep forgetting of your existence, yes? Damn it. Am I me? Wait, I can paralyze you? Oh, you must have different ability. Right, you haven't got the mimic ability. You've got the drizzle. The drizzle. Hello again. It scrambles level up. This moveset really helps for leveling, I gotta say. Get back up! So your bite disappeared. I'd like to know where that went. Where did bite go? This is just gone. Because of the level? Ain't gotta get ready for a 2-hour. You gotta get ready for a 2-hour drive. Good luck, Eli! Drive safely. No texting. And no staring at yourself in the mirror while you're doing it. Where the fuck did bite go? It's just gone. I don't want to learn fucking Twister. I want bite. Ah, I'm gonna have to reteach it. That costs $1,000. Hello. Oh. Oh, you might be a problem. Never mind. Oh, gosh, it. And drizzle. Drizzle my gizzle, gizzle my yizzle. No? Alright, we're gonna head upstairs in just a moment. Get our bug or whatever the hell is gonna be in Bugland. It's weird. I already had feint attack. I didn't have rap, I had... I had bulldoze, another ground type move, bite and feint attack. And bite's just, it's just gone, bruh. It's just gone. I don't like fighting you. You're a pain in the ass. Ow. Bizzle my pickle! Hey, Scramble, you're a little bit overexcited now. Hey. I know you tried to turn back into, like, the bad dragon form, but damn. Sit down. First, never mind, you're the Bugland. Bugland! Da-na-na-na-na-na-na, Bugland! How many balls do I have on me? Plenty. But more balls than chat, at least. Wait, what? Who said that? Alright, let's put a Pokemon up front that isn't going to instant kill. Otherwise known as Woofia. Thank you. Antidote. Oh. Fucking Moltres? Excuse me? Okay. Owie. Let's chip. What? I want for reasons. We're gonna chip at it a little bit. A little bit of chipping. I chip. I chip. That flame pixel art is fucking beautiful, by the way. Like, that is stunning pixel artwork. Let's see if I can get it in a ball. Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be the hard bit. Alright. So I do now have... You now have... Thunderwave, don't you? Don't press the wrong thing and kill it, Stealthy. Alright, it is now paralyzed. Come on! Don't be like this, don't be a little bastard! Get in the ball, Moltres! Come on, where's my pity win? Okay, last run, I was catching Pokemon so fucking easy. What happened to that? Huh? Everything was easy to catch. What happened? Also, that paralysis is doing absolutely jack shit. I got excited. I got more than one shake. It's weird that it's pure flying. Yeah, it might be a glitch. Sometimes it does shit itself. Come on, please, please, please. Please! Ow. All right, we're burnt. Oh, okay. All right. Danger, danger, danger. We're in danger. Oh. Oh, come on. I got 2 balls left. Come on! Fuck! Come on! Fuck your Emperor. You're steel type, aren't you? So that's a no-go. Ah! Okay, too late. Wait, he swapped it. That was a misclick. I didn't even mean to send it out. I didn't even want to send you out, Charizard. It was a misclick. I went to see summary and just sent you out instead, bruh. Don't fucking ellipses me. I have to sacrifice Omega to heal. Oh god, this is so fucking funny, bro. Ugh. Oh my god. Will it let me run? Okay, I did let me. I just wanted to look at your summary and I sent you out. That was not bad. It would have been such a good Pokemon too. Oh, it sucks to suck, man. Oh, I didn't even get to look at his summary because it sent him out. Oh, god fucking damn it. All right, let me out of here. It was a misclick! Misinput! Misinput! Nah, he was gonna be so cool. No one tell Charizard. I'm pretty certain he just fucked off to go to bed or something. Oh no, shit, damn it! I see the light! I'm in the wrong room. I'm in the wrong building. This is bollocks, man. It was so cute! Charizard! It's not fair, but... My face hurts from fucking laughing, though. I'm not... This is fucking... This is such a stealthy fucking run. He was gonna end up Fairy Steel when he evolved, mind you. Very fucking steel he would have been. Very steel! He would have been a carry! A fucking carry! My life is ruined. Now you're fucking off to go to bed. 1:03 a.m. for me. You need to wake up at 8. We'll set up alert. Thank you. just don't die. You tell that to the fucking zombie apocalypse survivors, bruh. Oh, kill it. What the
Killers
fuck? Kill us,
united
you
with
all.
a party of 11. How charming.
What the fuck were you
Welcome
doing
to my
streaming at
froggy
this
chaos.
time?
Just remember, you're in Shadow
Killers?
Sands territory now. Bow down or prepare for some froggy fun. Enjoy the madness. Ribbit.
I killed a future carry Pokemon at that. It was a misimport. I swear, Killers. I was trying to look at the summary and I switched him out instead against a fucking Moltres and he got 1 hit. Fucking 1 hit. Oh my god. It was gonna be a fairy steel. This is not fair. My face hurts. Would have been is. I didn't want him anyway. I never wanted him in the first place. Oh, look, another legendary! A Reshiwile! Wow! Wow! Also, I'm slightly scared because that's a fire type and Sonic is a steel type. I'm gonna just not do that. I'm gonna just like... Can I run? Yes. Okay, we can do that. What the fuck, man? Don't put me up against that! Why are there so many fire types in this forest? How is it not burnt to the ground? Hello? Why does his belly look like that? Killers, what the fuck were you doing streaming, by the way? What happened? Darth wanted to play Escape Sim 2. Oh, I see, yes. We're bribed. I'm just here sip a coffee and then raise an eyebrow when you switch it out. I didn't mean to fucking... it was an accident. Oh, look, a hat. A deserved hat at this point. I am just a fucking dead body. My babies, man. My fucker babies. They're dead. One of my best babies is dead. What the fuck? I think this one needs to seek help, potentially. Don't put me. I did it. I swapped you out. You're fine. Stop bitching, man. I didn't even get to... I'm so upset. I'm like, oh, I could go level up Charizard now. There's no Charizard no more. He's gone. He's fucking gone. Ah! I mean, it's a static, so you could count. No, that doesn't count as a static in my opinion, because I can like farm them off the mushrooms, so I don't count them as static encounters. That's called cheating, mate. Who got summoned? SSB, right. Oh wait, either SSB or Sybil got summoned that time around, but either way, SSB is right up Wolfier's ass crack right now, having a good old sniffer. SSB. We do not permit that sort of behavior on Twitch unless you either wear a diaper or your name is Hassan. Nah, bad. Or Dan Clancy, that's also allowed, apparently. I mean, what? Who said that? What the fuck is that?
Mimikoro. Oh, he's all dressed up, looking fancy.
I don't want to fight that one. I haven't got very good moves against it. Actually, Wolfier's moveset is real ass right now. I'm not gonna lie. Wolfier, fix your moveset. It's ugly. Glad to know Charizard for like a few minutes before before his demise. Yeah, it was nice knowing the guy. He's a pretty right fella, I'd say. People got summoned before SSB. Okay. Can you learn a better set of moves, please? Alright, I don't want to square up with this kid. I really don't. I knew that was gonna happen. He can fucking smell me. Ursa. Oh, Vulpix. Ursa Ring Vulpix. Right. What's your typage again? Please, we're flying. Hello there. Useless. Use Supersonic. La 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 la. Do you have any water type moves, bud? You got water gun. Alright, you can come out then, Jack. I'm gonna have a play against the level 8. Definitely won't be dead. Also, I just been get out of my ass! She's just having a sniffer. There's Soraya! The lookout!
Zarink with a party of 10.
my child.
Adorable. Welcome to the Froggy Kingdom. Just remember, you're all under Shadow Sans rule. Bow down, or prepare for froggy chaos. Enjoy your stay in my fabulous realm.
Under her rule and her thumb, behave yourselves, Hoscats, Ned, flying narwhals, Riot, right? Remember your place. Mushrooms. It's very dark in here right now. I can't see very well. How was stream, you guys? Zariath killers, how was the combo stream? Oh, what the fuck? Is this just berries in the wall? Okay, sure. Why does the trash look so angry? The trash? The trash? I don't like the whole crabs bunny combo. It's creeping me out a little bit.
Hi, Miss Steelzy. Hi, Hoscat. Hi, funny seeing you here. Never seen you before in my life.
Trash equals love disc. I don't know what fucking is the Fantados, okay? I don't know why it's match, okay? I just accept it and we move on. Now, why the fuck does the level 5 Fantados and no Thrash of all things? Also, Jackal. You don't get any say in this, okay? Just fucking staring one, I'm sorry. It's like a very angry fish. Don't think about it too much. I'm just gonna sit here for a little bit. I love crabs. I have never liked crabs. Every crab I've ever eaten is nasty. It's nasty. They taste exactly like what they are. Bottom feeders! Pain to eat those. Rai said we were coming to bully you for killing everyone. Hey. Hey. Raya. Told you better than this, buddy. So where the fuck's my Pikachu hat? I need it for reasons! That's a cool design. Berries, this is cheating. Now we're not learning Nogger. Boo, I heard you killed all your shadows again. Shut up, alright? You can blame King Prawn for it. That's one hairy motherfucker. Hairy boy. But that doesn't work because of the fairy typage, I guess? What? Did you think I'm better? Wait. Did you think I'm better than this? I thought I had at least taught you to be better. I had raised you better. You are my son. My creation. Also, I realized like it's a bit incesty, but technically I'm like your sister mother, by the way, because like I am not only your creator, but I am also your sibling for the fact that I created myself as well. Say hello to your sister, Mum. Sweet home Alabama. Why is my hat not arriving? Is it because I'm wearing a hat? Can I not wear hat to get hat? I don't want to register that as my favorite outfit. Fuck. Remove hat. Confirm. Where's my fucking Pikachu hat? Give it to me. Do I need to be standing in grass? Sister mother is foul. It is how it is. You must accept your life as having a sister mom. Not even a sister wife, a sister mom. Even worse. I was gonna type that. It took too long, H, to work. Move faster. Where's my fucking hat? Oi. I'm waiting for my hat. This is not info I wanted to hear. Well, you have now, so stop your bitching. Stop bitching. Stop moaning. Acceptance. The only way. The only way to move forward without pure insanity. Excuse me. Excuse me. Pikachu hat. Please, thank you. I need it. I need it in my life. Where the fuck is it? That Pidgey hat spawned in like an instant. Where's my Pikachu? Where's my fucking Pikachu? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, put it back. Ugh. Sand tomb. No thank you. I wait for hat. Oh. See, sometimes it spawns in when you stop for half an instant, and other times it's just nothing. Just fucking nothing. Just left hanging. He never stops moaning, Ayo. One last type of moaner. Whoa! What happened to him? Having a day. A dead day, but a day. Torso! My brain filled that out as Tylenol. It's like, we're gonna fight autism! Oh, oh, oh. Hey, no leveling up the defense, thank you. Ooh, sick it was. Until it died. A vile tomb. A vile plume, spirit tomb. I can't remember typage, so I'm just gonna stay as I am. Whoa, what the fuck? Yo. I think I can confusion you. I can, but not very well. Okay. A scratch. Oh, no, he's dead. Damn it. No, what I wanted. Aha! So the Reshi Wiles are respawnable. I knew it! I fucking knew it! Run. I fucking knew it! I think I need healing though. Oh, no, my team's okay. No, I just want my Pikachu hat. Where's my Pikachu hat? Let me have one Pikachu hat. Pikachu hat. Da 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 da. Oh fuck, not you. No, no, I ain't doing. Almost. All right, you just converted to my typage, so it doesn't work. Fuck you. Run for I'm alive. Having flashbacks. Do you have flashbacks? Cause I know I fucking am. Legendaries give more XP. I'm happy for them. Maybe I should farm the what was it called? Reshiram? Zekrom? Something. I think it's Reshiram is the red one. But Jackal, because I only water type here, motherfucker. Alright, fine. Give me the Moltres back! Jackal need— oh, of course a grass type shows up once I put the water type in the front of the lines. That always happens. It is Doe! I hate you all. Look at these little bum cheeks. In my face. Water gun me back. We're just having... we're having a water gun fight. Wet shirt contest. Fuck this guy. Alright, I give up. As soon as I want it, I can't have it. But when I don't want it, I get it. This is the way. You watch. Now that I put Scramble up front, it'll spawn in. Watch. These poison mushrooms. I want the fancy mushrooms. Oh, Shemaya! Back in the forest, I see! Yeah? What of it? So what? Something to say to me? Is there something you would like to share with chat? Yes, go on then! Take the stage! Your Scramble is adorable! You should have seen him beforehand. He was a little nut. Oh, we swapped him around. Would have been nice if I could keep my Still Fairer Riolu fairy thingy. Would have been nice, wouldn't it, chat? If I hadn't auto-clicked, I hit switch out instead of check summary on him and sent him out against a Moltres. He died in one shot. It was a very sad day. He wasn't even weak to fire yet because he wasn't even steel type, but he still got one shot. Gonna pause my Mega Lurk here. Hey, Pointy! For a moment to bless your Giga Run! I love Scramble. Okay, back to the shadows. Thank you for the luck, Pointy. A Gamble! What are you doing, Gamble? Alright, what am I doing? I'm walking in circles here. Egg? Wanna see how— look at this dude. He looks weird, right? I wanna show you. Hopefully he doesn't die in the process, but like, he's only level 3. I can't promise nothing. Never mind, I'm not— oh, I can't. Okay. Well, Omega, it was kind of nice knowing you, I guess. He's got 2 forms! Now he's gonna die. Yay. Amazing. Okay. Hang on. What are you? Jackal, help! He already looks pretty dead. No, he's got 2 forms! He's a meteor. Meteor? A mini meteor Pokemon from Sun and Moon? Yeah! I didn't realize they had figured out how to make it so it actually swaps forms. It's pretty cool. Gave me a jump scare when he did it. Even Lurkwolfia! Would have been nice if I didn't let everyone die either. Shake my— oh, look, buddy. Look, buddy. Everyone likes to have a fresh start. Even chat. No copycat. No. Okie dokie. Alright. I don't think Omega's gonna be much help, to be perfectly honest. Like, anywhere, ever. He's there as an option. You love having fresh starts, yeah! Every November,
I used to move to a different location just for shits and giggles. It's November right now, so it checks out that I'd start a new run. It's on brand, it's on brand. It's not gonna lie to you. What? What does that mean? Ah, fuck. It's a little late. Oh, what the? Yep. Why is it white? Okay then. Oh, we don't take much damage, do we? Yeah. Anyway. Fighting super effect. Oh yeah, you're fucked. Okay.
I think it's Steam? Yes. Steam. Yes. Die! Alright, I'm safe. Okay. I had to lock in for a second there. Ooh, draining kiss. Yes, please. Look at that. God damn it, Lana. I still haven't got my Pikachu hat. It'd be a shame if he counter. Oh my god, I would cry. At this early. Yes! Pikachu! And it's a female. Yes. Alright. But. Oh, I can't do it yet. Fuck. Okay. Maybe later. Oh, wait, oh no, that's in here, isn't it? That's this guy. Alright, you, sir? Yep. Oh, wait, yep, okay, so I didn't mean to click on you again. Okay. Where's she? Sorry, a very important mission. This is a very important mission for lore purposes, chat. Trust me. Must put priority on hat. Yes. Duckland! Oh, that's that. I like that design. Hello. How you doing? Been a hot minute. I forgot which way around that works. Okay, now I know. Confusion. I also love this so-called lore. I love it. It'll give him a little bit of nostalgia, I'm sure. No, I don't want to put that hat on. Fuck your hat. Ah! Hello again. This is not a match for Jackal. Poison. Come on, give me the goods. Waste of time. Oh, by the way, Stealthy, I never did ask despite being here for 4+ hours. Why the cone? Shame. That's all I will say. I'm part of a Fire Red Rum Hack team, and we released our game to the streamer it was made for today. Wait, you made a whole fucking Rum Hack game for a streamer? Hey, yo! What were you guys making? You said I'm probably more useless than a love disc. Yeah, sorry about that, bud. Life is tough. Pray your next life, you get a better reincarnation. God damn it. Oh, fuck right off with your ass. Thank you. Farewell. Ooh, oh, breeze all of a sudden coming in from outside. Heal.
The code is there to restrict her from tearing us apart. Though it barely helps. I just set you up for failure instead. I don't need to place my hands on you. I'm better than that. Yeah, I have your hat. There's a hat. Yes, yes. Take this hat. Yeah, stick that hat. Ah, Jackal Law. Nope, Jackal Law time. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Put the hat on. Yes. 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 Yes, the hat. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, the hat. The hat. Yes. Yes, the hat. The hat. Yes. Yes. Hat. Hat. Yes. Hat. Anyway. What hat put you? You can have a little top hat, or... I kind of wish I could flip him, but I don't think I can. Give you mushroom. Right there. Very nice. What hat do you have for you today? Hat? Have another match. Hat. Egg nowhere hat. Hat. Yes. Doesn't work quite as well, but it's cute. No, I already gave hat. Oh, I killed it. Whatever. This sad little creature. You get a mushroom as well, because you're already dead. You're just a pitiful little creature. I wonder what it's gonna look like when he changes. Does the hat disappear? Question. Hat! Yes! Hat! Balls. I am broke, but I would like Pokeballs, please. I am broke in balls as well. Amazing. Free ball. Hat! Hold on! I just got back. What lore? Did you not just witness lore? A hat! Of course! Hat! Yep, hat! Yes, definitely a hat. Nice hat. Very good. Very nice. Very nice hat, yes. Am I ready to catch a new Pokemon? I don't fucking know. Let's find out. I don't want it. I don't want it. I really don't want it. You can have it, chat. You can have this one. I don't really want it. If I swap out, it doesn't count, right? Count if I swap out, right? Okay, you might need that. Oh. Bye-bye. Does it count when they kill themselves? Oh my god! Calibus! It's so cute! What the fuck? I juice. Give juice. Oh! Fuck! Alright, never mind! Jesus fucking Christ! Thunder doesn't work against ground. Electric doesn't work against ground type, right? safe to swap out, right? I'm not misunderstanding.
I'm scared. I don't want to lose Squamble. Ooh, that rap did a fair bit of damage. Can I do it as a... It didn't count! Raichu is so fucking cute, man! I want it! Look at him! He's gorgeous. Fuck you, that's ball. I don't think I'm gonna be able to catch it anyway, being that it's a Raichu,
Pawpaw Satan with a
Blissey,
party
whatever
of
they call it.
5. How quaint. Welcome to my froggy chaos. Remember, you're in Shadow Sandslow Mean now.
I paralyze
Bow
you? I
down
don't think I can.
or face the froggy wrath. Enjoy the show. Ribbit.
Welcome, Raiders! Hello, Papa! Hello, Ash Phoenix! Hello, Lyrical Lex! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Look a garden, find a nice shady position, and kick coffee. I will get this mon in me ball. The very shiny little thunderstone that it's carrying around too. He's gonna die before I can get it in the fucking ball because of my rep. Miracle! Thank you for the follow! Welcome to the garden, find a nice sunny position, and get comfy. For fuck's sake, Razy, get in the fucking ball! Give me your damn soul. No! I want this stupid Razy! I'm gonna waste all my balls and money again. Watch. Watch. I got 3 left. 2 left. This is bollocks. What? Oh, come on! He's not even shaking anymore! Oh! I got a pity win! Yay! Yay for pity win! Ah! It's the final brawl! What were you doing today, Paul? And good night, H2O! Thanks for hanging out and definitely not dying. I got you, I got you, I got you! I'm going to enter this one as well, and I am going to be Calamus. Thank you very much. I will also join. I will also, yes. I am Calamus, is I. Yes. He's in, he's mine. Yoinky spelunky. Oh, finally, someone learned by it, even though it wasn't scrambled. Give it a screech. Yeah! And realizing my community is comprised of the best people this planet has to offer by far. Ah, isn't it a lovely feeling? My community is an echo chamber that all agree with me always. Like how mac and cheese is ass, and I was allowed to catch this Pokemon because the other one committed suicide and didn't count. Right, chat? Help, we're trapped in the basement. He's using AI to mimic us. You're trapped, said help. No, not listen to them. It's just a funny joke. What yellow scarf? The yellow scarf allows Razy to stand out against the crowd as their tough and gritty personalities surface. They are also known to hold thunderstones with them to bring out their boldness. Okay, does that mean there's a different sprite that has a scarf on it? To the party. I'm terribly sorry, little Omega, but you're about to get yoited. Let's stop eating your butthole. Roll out alt accounts happens. You have become sentient. If I believe for long enough, it eventually becomes true. Right? Right, draw. Oh, you're gonna rub that in. You're gonna be nasty, aren't you? You're gonna be nasty, Cinder. You gonna bully? Oh, fuck you. You're gonna be real mean. Yeah, me? Hello? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Oh. Huh? Yeah, you're so cute. What the fuck? Fucking cutie. They squish you. Is this another costume or? What? Hey, is there a picture of my ass? It's a hat. Hat. You like hats here. Everyone gets a hat. Hang on, sorry.
One.
Okay.
Losing a
I will
Pokemon to a
message you
wild
later.
encounter. 2. Skipping crucial battles. 3. Failing a gym challenge. 4. Mismanaging items. 5. Panicking over nothing. Stealthy Mouse is a comedy goldmine. Bow down to the Froggy Queen for witnessing this. Ribbit.
I don't panic over nothing. I respond perfectly reasonably to each scenario. Bruh. I woke up a few hours ago where I saw Rip Run 14. I just went back to sleep. You'll laugh. Fuck this. I'm out. He lights everything on fire. I mean, what? No. I'm perfectly balanced as a person. Oh, you got an item! You have pickup, but you got an oval. Why the fuck are you carrying an oval stone around? Excuse you? Is like egg-shaped. We'll put in my little flesh sack. Yes. Right. I mean, if that's what you're into. Is Saki run? Sorry. That was way higher pitch than I intended it to be. I just got excited. Ooh, cutie. Now you get hat. Hat. Oh, hat. Yes. Wait. Oh. Okay, either. Oh my god, which one? Oh shit. Oh. That one covers your smile though. I put there. Yes. Suck ya. Gorgeous. Alright, I need healing. Let's get out of here without dying. Alright. Blech. Dog hair. Okie dokie. I'm thinking. Wolfie, you're kinda ass. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry, girl, but you just are. Your moveset is shit. Level Cinder just a wee bit. I can't believe you gave Scramble's ass hat away to someone else. Oh, he's very golden. Everyone has an ass hat. What are you talking about? You get an ass hat, and you get an ass hat, and everybody gets an ass hat! Eh? Meowsaw's here. Oh, he lives! Quick attack. Leveling you is gonna be fun. Oh, hello. I figured. Wait. Thank you. Jackal! Pimple forming on the side of my nose. Ow! Excuse you? Alright, let me in. I need healing. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go take a look over here. I want to see what else could have been
I can rub it into my wounds. But I'm still happy with Cinder. Cinder is a little kitty patite. And she's going to rub that in so hard with Calamus. I can feel it already. I can feel being screamed at by Calamus. Hello, Pokemon. Thank you. Aww, it's a baby. Very cute, very cute. Yes, yes. He's dead. I love Phantom's cry. Pitiful little creature. Alright, Scramble's just wiping the floor with everyone. Like, no one has half a chance. Hello? Is that a fucking Articuno cross? What? That's an Articuno. Yes, that is, in fact, an Articuno. It's a dead Articuno. So many legendaries this run. See, I meant it when I said last run was fucking ass. I mean, in Legendary, I ran into like 3 legendaries total, and each of them was some random trainer that didn't know how to use it properly. And now I'm just constantly running into the little fuckers. Alright, let's get a wrap. Ah! Dragon Rage! Let's go! The cheat move! Ah! Okay. Alright, I know you're technically the only one that has... Oh, I clicked it anyway. The only one that has Thunder Wave, which is a stunning... Wait, you have Thunder Wave? Or can I teach it to you? You don't currently have Thunder Wave. You could probably learn it. Oh, hello again! Thanks for the XP before. I'll take some more, thank you. Oh! Alright, never mind, it's a little bit too fast. That's the Starmie. Ooh, the Starmie side is a little bit dangerous. Oh, lordy. That's fine. This is fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine, chat. He's healthy, relatively speaking. Sure wish I could level Cinder a bit easier. Hello again. Oh, you're gonna be a pain in the ass because you're typage. Get him! Get him! Nice! Alright. You just quickly... Damn it. Every now and again you get lucky and a Trubbish will come flying out. Not today, no sir. Another one. I just realized he's got one pink eye, like purple eye or whatever, and then one like Gliscor eye. It's kind of weirding me out a little bit. Or is that meant to be like a crystal on his head? I can't tell. There we go. Now Cinder's getting some EXP. Too many Glirays here. What the fuck? Give me more Glirays. Boy. Feed my mons! Ah! He's just so cute with his stupid hat on his head. Beautiful. Get rid of Tail Whip. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Wait, is it a Sylveon Kling Clang? Is that what it made into a fucking ribbon? Oh, no! How long is the body? I have to know. How far can you rip the head out? No! There's no floating extra bit of yo-yo, anyone? Oh, okay, I should have known that was gonna happen. Dumbass. Got too used to using quick attack on the other things. Kill it! Save its misery! A poor creature. Well, hello, you ugly little fuck you. Nice knowing you. Alright, let's try to get you up to level 8. I mean 10. Oh, so cute. Look. Ow. What do we get? Alright, looking good. Almost to level 10. Oh, not you. No, 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 no. I ain't fuck. Oh. No. We're not doing that. We're not doing. I have trauma. Oh. Oh. Thank you. That was slightly terrifying. Thunderbolt! Yay, level 10! Let's go! I forget what level the gym leader is around here. You Jackal up front. Whee! Is Jackal still here? I feel like this egg is probably due to hatch soon-ish. The Jackal must decide if they wish to have it. Ooh. Wait a minute. That's a Feebas, Chris. Oh my god, that's gonna be an amazing final evolution. What the fuck? What the fuck? Its final form is gonna be amazing! Bruh. Bitch again? Still normal. I can't catch it! I already cheated. I mean, caught my Pokemon on this round. It must die. Cookies for all! Hey, Glitch! How you doing? Thank you for munches. Make me crave cookies myself. Oh, it's back again. Hello. Once again, can't have, sorry. You must die. Oh, I missed. There we go. Oh, look at these little ears. Why do the ears have bones? Fuck. Alright, let's go fuck around in the gym real quick. Whee! I haven't saved in a long time. Let me do that. Alright. Oh, yep, yep. Thank you. Yep. Alright, yep. Okie dokie. Alright, Crowley, have at me. Have at me, Crowley! Hi, thank you, Glitch. Oh. That's not... Wait. Did I accident... I think I randomized the gyms chat. I think I randomized the gyms. We might be in a bit of danger. I don't remember randomizing the gyms. I do not recall randomizing the gyms. Buddy. That is not rock type in any way, shape, or form. Hello, please talk to me. Yeah, it was not a rock type. You have a cheat in your fucking team. Ah! With a hydrate. That time. What? I'm gonna fucking pray for me, dude. My headphones are slowly getting more and more lag. It's actually kind of embarrassing. What the fuck? This is in no way, Wow. Houston, we might be in trouble. How the fuck did that get randomized? I didn't turn that on! is that? Warfish and Nidorina lines. But you're poison again. What the fuck is going on? Ah! In fucking danger! Okay. No, I'm not in danger. We're fine. Low enough level that I'm still safe. Yeah, bubble me all you want. Egypt? That works. Or seller, yeah. What the fuck did you... What happened? Options? Randomizer settings of the dude in black upstairs. Hello, sir? It's off! It's fucking off! Why are they what happened? Why are the gyms randomized? Oh, lordy! Ain't no rock gym I ever seen before. Oh, buddy. Okay. I'm scared. Interesting. He's not very rock for a rock gym. Alright, let's pray that the gym leader is still a rock. No. You're in for trouble. I knew things were going a little bit too smoothly. Alright. Yeah, rock hard, he says. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jackal. And scramble. Pray for me. Purrs out, Meg. I'll fucking don't.
Oh, Baron. Hey, what? Did it shuffle to become poison type? There's been lots of poison types that have been popping up. Also, I thought I healed. Why has Jackal got damage? The fuck is going on? Give me my keys. Well, I knew he was gonna use Pursuit. I knew it wouldn't be safe to swap out. Fuck you, buddy. Fuck on him! Easies. Alright, we're fine. Good job, Jackal. Up work, buddy. Lucky chant. I didn't... Games is just broken. I fucked it up. I don't know what I did. Ah! Man rack. Spinner rack. I don't know. It must be poison type, surely. I swear every Pokemon I've encountered had a poison typage in there somewhere. Surely that's what's happened. Else is have question. Yes. Alright, we got this. Is alright. Jackal carry. Ow! I don't. Yeah, almost all of them have been poison type. The only one that wasn't was Ice Fairy. Yeah, so... fuck. I love that I still get a boulder badge and I can get a frying pan put on my head. Beautiful. Thanks, buddy. Whatever. Wow, you defeated Brock! It's not Brock, it's Varin, and he's not Rock, he's poison, I think. That was bollocks, is what that was. Bruh. Oh, use my trusty frying pan as a drying pan. Is that right? Things rock is weak against water. Oh! Okay. Ah, my spine. Sorry, I'm just doing a crunch. Give me a second. Okay, that's good, that's good. Big stretch. All right, we are up to another death flag, which, oh shit, I forgot about you. Which is these trainers over here. I think 3 separate of occasions they have ended a run. So, yeah, that's gonna be a thing. Double battle! All right. Be fine. Oh my god! Oh, it's so cute. What the fuck? The Vibrath! Oh, it's so cute! Ah! Okay, sorry. Oh shit. Okay, it's a good thing that I doubled up on it. Don't have to worry about the bud if it's dead. Ow! Alright, Jackal, get the fuck out of there. Not safe for you either, Scramble. Cinder should be fine. Why he got a face like that? He looks like a Cal Arts character. Get some battle music to hype you. I have battle music! Die, damn it! Alright, now again. No one's learning Baby Doll Eyes. Woo! Head spin! Sorry. I got dizzy there for a second. You able to do the premium trades? Yes, but I generally only do them when I ended up with a really sucky Pokemon. So I suppose technically like, wait, who's the really shitty Pokemon I have? I can't remember the name! Who ended up with the shitty Pokemon? Like you, Omega! Just like you, Omega! Me. Kurt, what the fuck is that emote? My e-hole is crunchy. Just like you. Did you want to be traded? Is that what you're trying to ask? Are you asking to be traded? You're currently on a negative stream streak. Fuck yeah. I didn't think that was possible, but here you go. Is that supposed to show me a number? Because currently all I see is negative stream streak. How many streams did you miss? What did you do? What did you do to get that? Gamble me, please? Alright, let's go put you in the roulette. Can't trust that the trainer that gets you won't shoot you in the head, but we'll give it a go. What the fuck is that? Was it called Barney? With a shotgun. Amazing. Think of the lurk glitched! Alright. Yep. Yeah, I'd like to trade this fucking thing. He looks alright, but he kind of shit. Alright, bye-bye! I trade you with a hat still on. Better bring that hat back! I got Scooby. Oh. So much better. You look great. You look great. Yes. You look amazing. Stunning, even. Potentially. Maybe. Anyway, Wolfia really deserves their spot in the team for reasons, okay? Now I'm chunky, running around. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Got some work to do now. The egg! Let's go! Oh, he's a sleepy one. Jackal, are you? I think Jackal left ages ago. Is there a Jackal in chat? Jackal! Jackal! Hey, Jackal! Are you there? There you are! do you want to be merged with Rock Ruff? Because you get first pick. Do you want to be a Love Disc or Rock Ruff? Do ya? Could be pink dogs. You want to? Yeah? Nah, yeah? Nah, yeah, nah? Ne? Maybe? Oh, why not already? I have been known to be jackal adjacent from time to time. With an E. I keep going to spell it with the A. It doesn't matter what your sprite is because you're about to go get fusion. I do believe I need another stick, though, I think. Do I have the sticks? No, I do not, by the looks of it. I need to go buy a stick. Here, sticky! You sell the sticks? Yes, you do. I don't want that many. I want... Let's get 4 while I'm here. Sorry, excuse me, I'm burping again. And 10 balls. Thank you. I am so broke. I love that you're a Pokemon trainer. Like, she never eats, she never sleeps, she never go toilet, nothing. I have questions. What is that? I'll let this one. We'll go that one. Becomes a problem, we'll reverse you or something. This fucking thing. Don't ask me what's dripping out of the love letter. Just accept it. That one. Just accept your fate. Love Ruff only gives its letter to trainers it has put its trust. How the fuck did it write the letter? Hearts and paw prints. Okay. Adorbs! The baby! Combined movesets. Guess. Beautiful. Alright. Back down to level 9 again. Solid work. That means I have space for Omega. For now. Don't get your hopes up for too long, Omega. Are you still in a... What the fuck are you doing, Kurt? What is the negative stream streaks? Is just Twitch broken? Me? Yeah, okay, I'll show you what I've been seeing, okay? Okay, I'll show you what I've been seeing. Every time you send, like, I'm guessing it's the enlarged emote? I'm not sure. But every time you send it, I'll show you what I'm seeing. Right screen. I'm seeing this. Currently on a negative stream streak. That's what I see every time you're sending these, the big emotes, I'm guessing is what that is. Negative stream streak. Wow. Wow. How? I don't fucking know. You tell me. Why are you on a negative stream streak? Where the fuck you been? I'm back. Come back. I gotta go to sleep. Okay, fly. Flying Narwhal. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I go fleas. Hang on. Yeah, I got a lot of weaknesses still. Oh, I always thought that counts. You got sturdy. You won't get one hit KO anytime soon. Hey! How to fuck up watching stream? If anyone's gonna fuck it up, you will. I mean, what? Anyway, Jackal, let's level you up with hopefully without you dying. Preferably. Oh my god, what the f- That's so cute. Oh, he's adorbs. What the fuck? Look, it's a kitty! Kitty of moons! Not like last time. 5 streak! Nearly your stream streak is only showing up on one screen as well. It's only showing up on OBS. It is nowhere to be found on Firefox. It just doesn't exist. I can only see it on OBS. The stream streaks were working just fine earlier. Thank you for 5 streak, Mila.
Oh.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people walk the rides because they think that they're on drugs. So really ain't the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some history and take men, the Egyptians like a million centuries.
Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what the kingdom be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop.
I have so much lag on my headphones. I'm so out of sync. I bet.
It makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has
me
my
wanna fish.
size and all the hieroglyphics. It's a rough city, non-stop party. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
By the way, chat, this is me whenever I'm like trying to learn to do a new art thing. I'm just like, Prick! You want me to what now? What do you say? Ow, that tackle hurt. Damn. Ow. Thank you for the best Pro Shop, cat. What does that O mean? I was being vulnerable. Explain to chat how I feel, and you guys are just like, oh. I don't remember that. Kiss it, Jackal! Now kiss it again! Hell yeah. What the fucking hell did I just get some? Yeah, you're gonna if you hang out here for very long, you're gonna see a lot more of that. That's the Bass Pro Shop. I don't know. I don't know. They just really like fishing, I guess. Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh, look at the baby! It's so fucking cute, bro! Oh, the baby! Wait, that's a water... That's a grass type. I need to swap out. Cinder. He's so cute. I'm going to cook it. My O was in response to Bass Pro Shop. Oh, I'm getting such bad lag, bro. Computer, are you okay? You need to visit the Pro Shop temp. The temp? Oh, here we go.
Pregnant Sonic.
Pregnant Sonic. Get your earworm. I hear this fucking song when I'm trying to fall asleep at night. Just FYI. Ah!
Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. I think I wanna put a ring on it.
Are we doing trial by fire for Sonic? Get educated!
He's a hero and a mother natal glow like no one other. Pregnant Sonic.
Sonic, you are now pregnant!
Stepdad, I'm the dad that's stepdad. Dr. Eggman is a no-good slide. Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant
Listen to it, I do, because of the fucking echolalia, and it gets stuck in my brain. Thank God I don't live in Tennessee to be reminded of that. I live in the state of Buffett.
You're more ascended than the Tennesseans.
Gotta go.
Hey, Menace!
There's nothing wrong with me.
Are we done? It's over. It's over. Menace. Hurt's harassing me in Tangier. Ah! Wait, we can do a Razy on Resi battle. Hold on. My
Raisy's better than your Raisy. Is gore. Battle of the quick attacks. Hey, eating berries is cheating. Ow. Fuck. He's dropping my defenses. This is cheating. I refresh. Ow. A refresh didn't work. What? Why didn't it work? Why is their Raisy better than my Raisy? Is this all just because I didn't use stat change moves? Fuck this guy, get rock slided. My mind was flashed with all those cursed deviant eyes. Ah, you know the way. The way of the deviant art monstrosities. Ah. An enlightened one has entered. Double slap! Yo! I get to like people. Let's go. La 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 la. I'm getting hungry. Oh, I thought refresh. Okay, I'm stupid. I thought refresh was a healing move, not a stat remover move. I'm just stupid. It's fine. How you been, Menace? Ah, spine crunch. I've been shrimp spining too much. Wow. I wonder how long it was since I had the Pokemon and died. Why the and died bit? Why did you have the end bit? It wasn't necessary. A frack splash! That's the dragon! Hello! In danger! Yucky, yucky, yucky. Gross. Too close to murder levels for my liking. Please don't Dragon Rage. Please don't Dragon Rage. Please don't. We're okay. We're okay. No Dragon Rage. Wait, I don't want to learn how. You might. Agron. What the fit? That would be a jackal. No. Ramble? Oh my god. Bruh. Who shoved him in a pipe? Poor guy. What are you looking at me? Good boy. Hey. Oh, I wasn't reading. God damn it. Oh shit! Alright, run! No, not you. Plant! Stop it! What are you doing? Oi! No! Enough! You need to chill out, my guy. Run like a little bitch! Wait, I got Sonic here. It's okay. We got Sonic. That is terrifying! Oh, it used metronome. That's even scarier. Oh, but we still alive. Nice bomb! Soon, Zenos! Soon! Once I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Okay, we're good. Not sitting on anyone? Okay, you good. Flint is good as boy. He likes to think he is, but sometimes I question that title. Oh, wrong place. This place. Alright, tell you what, I'm gonna save here. We'll go through and battle the rest of our through next stream, because I need food and sustenance, and I keep sitting with a shrimp spine, which is really not good for my neck. I'm going to end up cutting the circulation off to my own brain, and I need that. What little I have left. So, let me do a quick mosey on over here. I have choices to make.
Sorry, I'm perusing who to raid. I have multiple choices to go for. Sorry. ADHD be doing ADHD things. Literally, yes, that will be great. Holy, what the fuck? Why is Kitsune doing a 12-hour stream? What are you doing? All right, let's go raid. She's got 2 hours left of her 12-hour stream. I almost hit the stop streaming button by accident. Not yet, Stealthy. Yeah. Spelled it right. I think I spelled it right. Hey, it worked. All right. Oh, wait, hang on. I didn't write that. Fuck! I can type. I got this. Oh, it's the wrong one. Hang on, raid 2. All right, see, I got there in the end. Once we got there, It's fine. Right. Okay. Sorry, I'm in a la la land. I'm like, I do this, I do that, I do this. Guys, if you have a subscription, let me hit save again on this. Grab the rolling raid. If you do not, you can grab the weird ass smiling frog because that's an option that is available to you. I won't judge too harshly. And let's go raid Eve. It feels weird calling her Eve because I used to call Karayope Eve because she used to be Eventira. But I could do this. I can swap the names around in my brain. It's fine. Papa, thanks guys for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I'll see you nuggets next week. Yeah. Still hoping to add extra streams in there eventually once I'm able to not sleep my week away. Raid is leaving, bye!